Educational and Administration, Nigeria, Father Dr. Aloysius Luanga Bukenya, University of Kisubi, excuse me, Uganda. MS Celia Katambi, Ekar Communications, Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I welcome you all to this virtual celebration of the 2023 International Women's Day. This is an important day for reflection on the progress we have made and the barriers we still must overcome in order to achieve gender equality. The 2023 theme is focusing on ensuring gender equality through innovation and technology. It is bringing to the fore the need to bridge the gender gap in digital access in the current digital economy. The UN Women reports that the persistent gender gap in digital access has kept women from unlocking technology's full potential. Their underrepresentation in STEM education and careers remain a major barrier to their participation in the technology design and governance. I believe that empowering women with digital technology skills will give them equal opportunities to pursue and thrive in STEM careers, hence narrowing this gender gap that we are discussing today. This will also enhance women's economic security, ensure a diverse and talented STEM workforce, and prevent biases in these fields. Chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, I am glad to note that the government of Kenya has developed the National Digital Master Plan 2022 to 2023, which guides the country's quest to become a digital economy. This plan envisages that the government will train over 1 million people on digital technology. It is imperative, therefore, that we encourage women and girls in our circles to take advantage of these government initiatives so that they can excel. Universities in Africa also have a role to play in training women on digital technology so as to create critical mass of skilled labor to support the digital economy. This will in turn make the digital world more inclusive and equitable. Through the concerted efforts of different stakeholders, I believe that we can significantly narrow this gender gap and create a better future, not only for our women and our girls, but for all humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day of the chief guest. And so with these few remarks, I wish you fruitful discussions. Thank you, Professor Muchai Muchiri, Vice Chancellor, Karatina University. And now it is my honor and pleasure on behalf of the Vice Chancellor to play the role of inviting the chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't have had anybody better than our chief guest as we celebrate the 2023 Women's Day. And our chief guest, as you've been told, is none other than Ambassador Monica Kathina Juma, Doctor of Philosophy, EGH, the National Security Advisor to the President of the Republic of Kenya. Her profession is diplomacy, security, and strategic management. If I was to read the CV of Ambassador Dr. Juma, I think we'll be here for long. And so I'll just highlight a few of her many achievements. Ambassador Dr. Juma, as I've told you, is currently the National Security Advisor to the President of the Republic of Kenya. Before her appointment to this position, Dr. Juma served as Cabinet Secretary in 5 strategic ministries of the Republic of Kenya, namely the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and as acting minister in the docket of petroleum and mining. She also served as Principal Secretary in the Security Triad, that is Defense, Interior, and Foreign Affairs. Dr. Juma came to the top executive of government from serving as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Kenya to Ethiopia and Djibouti, and permanent representative of Kenya to the African Union, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, and United Nations Commission for Africa, UNECA. Among the key efforts during this time was the engagement of Kenya as a key troop contributing country to the African mission in Somalia, AMISOM. She joined government with a depth of experience in research and policy analysis accumulated from working for various continental and international think tanks, including the International Peace Academy, Safer Africa, and the African Institute of South Africa. She also served in the United Nations Secretary General's UNSG high-level panel on resourcing Africa Union-led UNSG mandated peacekeeping missions, otherwise known as the Prodi Report of 2008, and consulted for many UN agencies, the African Union and its agencies, in particular, NEPAD, on matters of security, peace, governance, and development. Dr. Juma is the patron of the Athena Mentorship Program, which augments the professional competency of women and men in critical strategic leadership positions across all the areas of her expertise. And Dr. Juma, I'm happy to note that it is for men and women, not men only. Ambassador Dr. Juma has strong academic credentials, having served as a lecturer in the Department of Government and Public Administration and research director at the Center for Refugee Studies, both at Moi University in Eldoret. She began her work experience as a management analyst in the Department of Personnel Management in the Office of the President, where she focused on organizational development within the public service. Ambassador Dr. Monica Juma is well published in security and peace studies. She has a Bachelor of Arts degree and Master of Arts degree in government and public administration from the University of Nairobi, a certificate of refugee studies, and a Doctor of Philosophy in politics from the University of Oxford. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a highlight of her achievements. It is now my great honor and pleasure to welcome our chief guest, and please, ladies and gentlemen, join me, Ambassador Monica Kathina Juma, to speak to us. Madam Ambassador, please karibu. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Penina Alo Obutho, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Karatina University, all panelists on this platform, my dear friend and colleague, Professor Juliet Macharia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, apologies for my hoarse voice. I'm just coming off a very nasty cold, but I have to say I am privileged and honored to join you today. And I want to thank the organizers of this celebration for the invitation to me to partake in what is an important signature event, the celebration of the International Women's Day. I wish on the onset to convey to this congregation His Excellency President William Ruto's best wishes for this International Women's Day. Ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled to be among so many gender champions, both women and men, on this special day. The 8th of March is set aside to take stock of and to profile strategies on how to enhance gender equality in general and women empowerment in particular. It is a day when all humanity, under the aegis of the United Nations, reaffirms its clarion call for social justice, for an equal society, and for the improvement of mankind. Although the question of equality and justice remains an unfinished business across the world, it takes a particular accent in the developing world, and particularly on our continent, Africa. Because, as history has demonstrated, there's a direct coefficient between access to rights, empowerment in its broadest sense, and the improved quality of life. Situations of scarcity and deficiency, stress and underdevelopment are characterized by diminished opportunities, by limited resources, and a corresponding lack of empowerment, which manifests in the inability to access and enjoy full rights. This year's reviews of the status of women and girls takes place in the light of unusual circumstances. As we all know, the world is at an inflection point where the gains we have made over time in the empowerment of women are being chipped away, and where we therefore require really a rethink in order that we might look at how to sustain the effort, first of all, to salvage those rights and to expand them. And why do I say these are unusual circumstances? We know that the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, whose burden was carried largely by women and girls, as the majority caregivers, as the providers, as frontline workers, has left huge gaps. In fact, we know some of the consequences in our own country have left nearly 1 million of our girl children out of school, owing to pregnancies contracted within assumed protected environment of home, with all the attendant consequences for the future. Or whether we are talking about the effect of the economic slowdown and the shutdown that so many women that have been in the informal sector lose their small businesses and survival mechanics. Or whether we are talking about the raging war in Europe that has triggered logistics and supply chain crisis, created an energy crisis, which has further triggered a global crisis, which has a direct impact on the lives of people and largely the marginalized people. Or whether we are thinking about the climate crisis, which has assumed existential threat, putting enormous stress on society in general, but specifically on women and girls that bear the brunt of the consequences of this stress. In the Horn of Africa alone, we are talking of the possibility of 25 million people being under stress with diminished food security and an environmental fragility owing to ecological unsustainability. Or whether we are talking about the death of animals and its implications for the lives and the ability and survival livelihoods of women and girls, as well as security in general. In these circumstances, therefore, we must ask the question, what is needed to contain the steady slide into servitude that has resulted from the conflation of these geostrategic trends that most women and men have no control over? The review of the current state of play on gender empowerment, therefore, must focus across several areas because this is an all-encompassing agenda. It must first and foremost be an equality issue because all are born equal and our own constitution provides for the full realization of each person's potential. We know it must be a productivity issue because evidence from across board indicates that any sector, any company, any enterprise that employs and deploys women performs better. We also know that it is a security issue, that the security forces develop better mission readiness and execution. They have better sensibility and secure society better when they have women engaged. Finally, we know it is a destiny issue, that societies which have women taking their rightful places are better societies. In fact, it is clear that societies and communities that have better quality of life are evident by the place and treatment of their women and children. Even at the family level, stability amongst the family is defined largely by the place and the role of women in that unit. Therefore, the guarantee of equality, of access, of ensuring all people can contribute to productivity after what is clearly a depressed global economy, to whether we are going to restore dignity and secure our destiny as humanity, seems to be far away from our usual incremental measures. We have to look to opportunities that enable us to scale up, to deploy new ways of doing things, and that allow innovativeness for products that speak to our strategic intent of changing the material circumstances of a half of humanity and by extension, the whole society. It is for this reason that I commend the focus of this year's Women's Day, encompassed in the theme, Digital Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality. Because innovation and technology is a lever that I believe strategically deployed could safeguard gains made, could offer access to opportunities that scale up and that accelerate gender empowerment. Dear participants, I am no expert in digital economy. Nonetheless, this is a new frontier which I believe provides a critical lever that can actually help us to upscale the position and narrow the gap between gender. Ladies and gentlemen, to date, the world has made impressive progress in creating the normative framework that affirms gender empowerment and equality. We know from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UN World Conference on Women in Mexico, all the way to Beijing, the negotiation and adaptation of the MDGs have all defined the global development agenda with gender equality at the heart of this enterprise. On the African continent, we also have an elaborate normative framework within the Maputo Protocol, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, but also within Africa Union's aspiration as elaborated in Agenda 2063. All of this framework underscores women's rights and empowerment as a critical cog for Africa's development agenda. Within our own region, the EAC Treaty enhances the role of women. At a national level, our Constitution 2010 creates a platform for gender equality and non-discrimination. Vision 2030 emphasizes the need for women economic empowerment. Our sessional paper number 2 of 2006 on gender equality and development provides a framework for gender mainstreaming. This fifth administration of the Republic of Kenya under President Ruto has taken this further by the appointment at cabinet level in the office of the executive, in the executive office of the president, a gender advisor to drive and monitor gender empowerment. It is instructive that the president's first memorandum to parliament was on the vexing matter of 2/3 gender rule, which is a constitutional requirement in our republic. Ladies and gentlemen, in spite of this elaborate normative framework that details the obligations for gender equality and women empowerment, we are still far from achieving this. We are far from achieving equal access to opportunities. We are far from protecting women and girls from violence and discrimination on gender and other bases. This is because of a multitude of factors, including history, cultural beliefs, patriarchy, and most importantly, the material circumstance of poverty, which I need not detain this audience on. As countries address historical deficiencies in development, we are still struggling with access to services in various forms, access to rights and opportunities, and importantly, protection and security. Each of these struggles takes a particular accent to gender inequalities. We know, for example, that if you look at poverty, you see the face of a woman, as when you look at illiteracy, as when you see ill health or economic disempowerment. Across our nation, incidences today of gender-based violence are on the increase rather than decline. It is therefore not a surprise that the world over, fighting for women's rights is a global endeavor. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, technology has increasingly permeated in every facet of how societies, states, individuals pursue interest. The ability to gather and harness data, to drive innovation, and adopt key technologies has not only become the condition sine qua non of economic success, but also it is also a decisive factor in the systematic competition between democracies and non-democracies, between human success and failure. We know that the story of human development is a story of innovation. It's a story of technological advancement. And indeed, every epoch of human development is signposted by an innovation and a technological leap. There is no doubt that today we are on the cusp of the next development leap, which is being driven by digital advancement, innovation, and technology. The fundamental question, therefore, must be, how do we leverage this moment of history? How do we leverage this driver of the next epoch of human development to secure gains made and advancement of women and ensure that women are not left behind or are not later partakers of technology and innovation? I think we have to look at various things. First is the uptake on technology. And I think this is the first step in the journey in terms of enabling access to technology. We know, for instance, digital penetration on the African continent remains minuscule. It is limited, and women are at the end of that line. It is therefore critical that we focus on how we enable access to the digital world so that women are not dependent or held hostage by middle actors in the quest for utilization of digital technology in terms of access to services, most of which are today migrating online. This means that we must create an enabling infrastructure, both physical and software, that to make this available to women. And I think the starting point must be the policy and legal framework to ensure that access is available, that women have this access, that the services are affordable or free, so that we can get the women on the superhighway. So the first step in my mind is really campaigning and ensuring that there is an enabling policy and legislative framework to create access. Access to services online has a significant positive effect on a number of the other areas. For example, it insulates women from abuse and manipulation. Throughout time, we know the stories of women being taken advantage of, being intimidated, being forced to acquiesce to abuse. We know the stories about sexual abuse in workplaces, sexual abuse to access services, and so forth. So the provision of digital platforms for service provision means it provides a safe environment by separating service providers and those that are seeking service, in particular women and girls. Secondly, we must create the capacity to enable women to uptake technological services and digital platforms. This means that our education system has to have a concerted effort and systematic action that create digital competencies for women and girls. So access to education is crucial, but more important, in fact, is creating the STEM space to be accessible to girls. So far to date, in spite of the campaign, the STEM space is still largely a male space. This space needs to be democratized to allow for girls to enter it, to allow for them to participate in the technology space, and to enable them to build the right competencies to engage meaningfully and impactfully in this space. We also need to create digital platforms that enable the women to access and to be productive. And I want to single out financial inclusion. We know that access to digitally transferred resources not only allows for security, but also enables empowerment in terms of creating financial inclusion, allowing women to engage in savings without the fear of financial control, and which is linked to exclusive gender norms. And we know studies across the world, whether it is on African continent, I have seen studies in Niger that link this, studies in India that show the direct link between financial empowerment, improvement of the quality of life of individual women, but also improvement of family status, whether it is in terms of kids accessing school, whether it is in terms of quality of nutrition, whether it is in terms of general productivity beyond the family by the women participating in the economic affairs of the family. And therefore, this question of access to financial inclusion, to provision of loans without necessarily the guarantees of spouses or fathers and brothers in itself is an area that we need to encourage. And therefore, all those packages, all those innovative products that enable this financial inclusion need to be encouraged, need to be sanctioned, need to be incentivized by the government. The fourth area, I think, is the provision of data for planning at the institutional and government level. As we continue to create big data, I think that this is useful in terms of one area that has been a very weak spot, namely gender disaggregation of data to enable right targeting, to enable correct planning, to enable asking the right questions at the policy level. And this cannot be underscored enough in terms of the value of data. And this explains the desire really to use data, verified data, truth data, so that we can make the right policy decisions in terms of allocating resources from government, but also in terms of targeting services, in terms of monitoring the impact of those services at the individual and as well as the societal level. Fifthly, I think it is very, very important that we encourage women to take up these places. And that is where the role of mentorship is absolutely essential. As we increase in terms of the number of women involved, in terms of the number of men that are getting interested and becoming partners in the gender empowerment arena, I think it is very, very useful that we encourage young, upcoming youth and women in particular. I am particularly encouraged by the fintech space on the Kenyan environment, where we are increasingly having women innovators, where we are having women programmers, where we are having women digital expertise across various sectors. And I think it is important to forge mentorship programs that encourage this, both at the professional level, but also within schools and within higher career points. And this has to go hand in hand with systems of support and protection. At the innovation level, there is very limited work that is going on around patent, around intellectual property protection, and so forth. And I think it is very, very important that this area is explored so that innovations are not taken away, but also that they are linked in a structured way to the industry, to the productive side, so that we do not have the loss of innovations and that these are not protected. But this protection must also be in terms of provision of security and safety in all forms, and zero tolerance, for example, for abuse, for violence against women, and also for strengthening support. Juliet was just talking about the perception that women have to make a choice between being women, between being mothers, and professional careers. That should not be acceptable. It must be possible to support women to be mothers, women to have their feminine roles without necessarily being disadvantaged in their professional sector, i.e. social roles must count for professional professional efficacy and for professional recognition. So it is very, very important to provide the right environment. There has been a lot of discussion and policy pronouncements around creating an enabling environment, even for young mothers, allowing for spaces for mothers to work in flexi frameworks, workspaces. I think this should be the norm rather than the exception. And this would allow then women not to make difficult choices about being either women or professionals, which in my view, I think is completely unacceptable. Distinguished participants, the digital environment also provides an opportunity for women to learn, to engage in thoughtful, relevant discussions about innovations, about leadership, about diversity and technology in industry. It is therefore important that we do not interpret this as a male versus women, but we rather engage, as has been indicated by a professor in our introductory remarks, that we forge diverse workforces in order that we can benefit from the various differences and competitive strength of the different genders. So as we look at technology, we know that it is not gender neutral, but it is extremely important that these innovations are driven by the desire for diversity as strength rather than exclusion, rather than the historical cultural perceptions that view men as women and women as different. In moving forward, therefore, in closing the gender gap for women and girls versus women, it is crucial to really take advantage of technology, of this advancement, of creating access, of allowing innovation and facilitating and incentivizing this innovation in order that we can drive social justice, we can reduce poverty, we can ensure that no one is left behind, and we can respond to the risks that are upon ourselves today in what is a volatile, a very uncertain, a very complex environment, and which we do not have much control of at an individual level. We must all embrace this mission and ensure that we work together to realize the potential for improving the quality of society and humanity as a whole. I look forward to the outcomes of this discussion and once again wish all of us a happy Women's Day and thank you for the privilege of being the chief guest to this auspicious occasion and wish you a fruitful deliberation today. I thank you for your kind attention.
We appreciate you so much. Thank you very much, our chief guest. I would want to give this opportunity now to Dr. Kiambati, who will take up if there are any questions or any comments. He will lead us through this part. Thank you very much. Dr. Kiambati, please.
Dr. Mondi, if she's not available, then you could take us through the question time, please, so that we save on time. Thank you.
Okay, if there's any person with any question, then would want to pick it up. Professor Macharia, you'll be checking for us through the chat for any question. Is there any question? Anybody with a question, please, or a comment? We welcome you to do that now.
Okay, I'll start us off. Thank you very much, Dr. Omondi. I want to thank our chief guest for an elaborate presentation. I think she has touched on various areas, issues that affect the participation of women and girls. And she has echoed the fact that the digital space is still dominated by males. And all of us have a role to play in terms of mentorship of the girls, right from high school level, to be able to take up the space that is called digital space. So I want to take this opportunity to appreciate you, Ambassador Doctor, for this speech and even to create time to come and share your thoughts with us. We look forward to getting the presentation so that we can see how we can pick it up from here and play our roles effectively. Each of us has a role to ensure that we mentor these girls so that they can come up and they can fill this gap that we are talking about. So thank you very much, Ambassador Dr. Juma. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Any other comments would want to pick it up? I'm seeing comments from the chat, which Professor Macharia will take us through. But is there any other question? Anybody who has a question? Anybody who has something to say?
My hand is lifted. My hand is raised up.
Okay, please go ahead.
Anne, can I go?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so very much. I want to appreciate Her Excellency for that wonderful presentation, eye-opening indeed. Bulk of what she has mentioned is what is happening even in our own country here in Nigeria. I want to suggest that at the end of this day's celebration, can we have something like, you know, our thoughts put together, you know, and could be shared at a higher level than just today in different countries that are participating in today's program. Thank you so very much, Her Excellency. I truly gained from your wealth of experience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anne, from all the way from Nigeria. We appreciate your comments. Is there any other comment I would want to give? If there isn't, then I would ask Professor Macharia, check through the chat. I've seen a comment there. You can read us the comments and then graciously take over even to lead us to the next session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Omondi. I can see the comments, but we don't have a question. I can see most of the people are thanking our chief guest for a great presentation. That was very good and very elaborate. And happy International Women's Day is what I can see on the chart. Otherwise, when I'm looking at the chart, I'm also very happy for this because we have listened to information that we didn't have, and we are learning every day as we celebrate International Women's Day. Somebody has just said this is a very powerful speech, an eye-opener, and this is good. Yeah, we should have this kind of celebrations every day. Women should be celebrated like every day. Yeah, thank you so much. No question here. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Omondi.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dr. Omondi, can we also see the speakers? We are live on YouTube. Can we see, if somebody is speaking, can we see their faces, please? Dr. Omondi, back to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, I'm in a place, my lighting is not good, so I can't be on video now. But thank you very much. I think we want to wrap up that session, and we want to thank you very, very much, our chief guest. It's not taken for granted that you invite somebody, and we noted that you joined in very early, even before the time. We really appreciate your speech, and as you can see, it's only that people don't have an opportunity to give all the comments, but we really are grateful. Thank you for the good job you're doing. We encourage you. Please continue. We celebrate you. So I would want to hand over now. We get to the next session. Professor Macharia, I'm handing over officially to you. Please speak up there as we prepare to get the next presenter. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me to guide you in this session. Asante.
Thank you, Dr. Omondi. Yeah, for this first session. Thank you, our chief guest. I don't know whether our chief guest will be with us to hear what it is that we are going to talk about. We will be pleased to have her around. Otherwise, thank you so much. I think from here, we are going to the other session. Actually, Dr. Kiambati is the one who is supposed to be doing this part of connecting one session with the other one. The other speaker, I will go to the chair of the session. She is here. Helen, find out whether the speaker for the other session is here. Oh, she is. So Helen Warugu, over to you, because I can see you, the speaker for the other session is here. Welcome her, then she can give her presentation. And as I suggested earlier, we are live on YouTube. Let's see the faces of the speakers, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Juliet. Thank you, all the participants. All protocols observed. I want to introduce to us our next speaker, who is Dr. Abena Animwa Yeboah Banin. Now, Dr. Abena Aminwa Yeboah Banin is the head of Department of Communication Studies of the University of Ghana. Presently, she's a senior lecturer. She holds a PhD from the University of Leeds and an MPhil in Communication Studies from the University of Ghana. Her research interests lie in gender and media, broad communication, and language and advertising. She has published in several international journals, including the Journal of African Media Studies, Journal of African Business, Journal of Communication Inquiry, Journal of Business Research, and the Ligon Journal of Humanities. Besides scholarly outlets, she has also authored a number of technical reports, including one on the status of women in the Ghanaian media. Dr. Yeboah Banin is presently a member of the steering committee of the Alliance for Women in Media Africa and a fellow of the Media Foundation for West Africa. She has also consulted on several organizations, including Mennonite Economic Development Associates, Farm Access, the Graphic Communications Group Limited, and the Africa Climate Change Adaptation Initiative. She's currently invited by the Accra office of UNESCO to join in consultations on several issues. Her work on gender and other issues is well received. Sorry about that. Her work on gender and other issues is well received and has been presented at international conferences, including the African Women in Media Conference, Trends in Media and Communication Conference, International Association of Media and Communication Research, and the African Regional Conference of the International Communications Association. So we welcome Dr. Abena to give her presentation now. Thank you very much. Let's all join together to welcome Dr. Abena. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, and good morning to everyone. And maybe good afternoon to those who may be in a very different time zone. Do I get to share my screen?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Great. So just a quick conversation, I guess, on my chosen topic, which is to question the call to digital, to get everybody into the digital space. And I'm asking whether it is actually a matter of us digging even deeper and taller the cracks that exist so far as men and women's representation in the world and in different spheres of life is concerned. My question is whether technology is shrinking only to widen the gender gap. So in some sense, technology may be reducing the gaps between men and women and their opportunities in the world, but in other cases also perhaps technology may be widening. And so that's what I'll quickly be sharing with you. I must say that some of the information I use here are things I have pulled from my student Gertrude Jifa, who did a study on women's digital mediapreneurship in Ghana. So just to introduce the discussion by saying that across the world, we have some, if you like, persistent evidence. Scholars agree that when it comes to gender and when it comes to the media spaces, it is one of the most gendered labor spaces that we have. Particularly in media organizations, you will find that the culture is generally masculine, ownership is generally masculine, management, so people who are running media organizations, is also very gendered and favors men as opposed to women. And even in the content that the media produces and publishes, oftentimes we will see traces of gendering, where men will be portrayed in a more positive light and women in more subservient roles, etc. So generally, the history has been that the media is one of the enduring spaces for gendering. I hope yes, okay. But with the coming of the digital, the expectation was that it was going to even out the space, i.e., it was going to make it more possible for women to not only enter media spaces, because I think by and large, we've crossed that hurdle. There are a lot more women in media organizations now. But the digital was hailed as that which was going to make it possible for women to rise faster in media and to even attempt their own media ownership. For instance, setting up a website should not be as difficult, a news website should not be as difficult as it would be to start a radio station or a TV station, for which you need all sorts of very big technology and resources. So with the coming of the digital, the expectation was that the media space was going to get a lot less gendered, and particularly in the case of women, they were going to be able to make a strong, especially in ownership, because the entry costs in ownership of digital media is supposed to be relatively lower. And also the media presents a lot of, the digital spaces, present a lot of flexibility, which historically we know that has been one of the main stumbling blocks for women's opportunities because they are saddled with both the domestic and the workplace responsibilities. And so the expectation with the coming of the digital was that because of how flexible it tends to be, because of how relatively less costly it is for new entrants who want to own media, and also because there is a lot of income opportunity in there, particularly for our youth. Everybody is going online now. And so if you were in that space and producing content that targets them, there was opportunity to be making some money. And so the expectation was that the digital was going to make life a lot better for women so far as coming to own media is concerned. And this has lived to be true because the evidence that I alluded to my student as having collected, she's spoken with women who are running their own digital media gigs. So a news website here, a blog here, a YouTube channel, etc., etc. And we see evidence that actually, yes, the digital does expand the space and make it a bit more democratic because of those factors I spoke about: flexibility, the income opportunities, and also the lower entry costs. And so that would suggest that we are right in calling for everybody to enter that digital space. In other words, the call to digital is a very valid call because when women get access to the internet, they get access to do other things beyond the relatively restrictive roles that they find themselves in. So we have evidence of people who are doing other things, but who saw opportunity in the flexibility of the digital space, women, and who took it up. These are people who otherwise may not have become media owners. However small their media enterprises are, today they are running media enterprises. They are running a monetized YouTube channel or a news website or a blog, etc. And it is their own business. They are running it by their own terms and making resources from them. The indication, therefore, is that if we are minded to open up digital spaces for all persons, there is more opportunity for these people to be able to leverage. However, and as I said earlier in my introduction, I bring attention to otherwise taking for granted expectations that the digital was going to be the do-it-all for us. And I want to remind us that there are still challenges within the digital. Some of them have been borrowed from the traditional media onto the digital spaces. And so instead of shrinking the gaps between men and women, in some sense, the digital is beginning to widen the gaps between men and women. So for instance, I made the point earlier that women have less access to media, particularly when it comes to media ownership. The expectation that the digital is going to even the ground for us cannot easily be realized in and of itself. In other words, just getting everybody online may not necessarily be, or at least the idea, promoting the idea that everybody is online or should be online may not necessarily be the panacea, partly because our reality remains that a lot of women are still offline. So the opportunities that the digital present for evening out the space in the media is still limited. It is only accessible to some women. I cite ITU, International Telecommunications Union data of 2022, which says that if you have any 3 women, one of them is offline. So whatever opportunities there are in the digital space, 1 out of every 3 women, as we sit here today in Africa, will be unable to access any of those opportunities simply because they are offline. Then I also cite Wyke and Olsen, who did a study, I think in Kenya, I want to say, or maybe South Africa, in which they are showing that women still struggle to stay online, even where they have access. They're struggling to stay online, partly because they lack capacity for using the digital resources, which should bring our minds, therefore, to the fact that it's not only about a call to make everybody enter the digital space, but to build capacity so that when they go on the digital spaces, they can thrive, they can succeed, they can do interesting things, and they can do things that bring them opportunities and resources. Women have less capacity for doing the digital for going into the digital spaces and using the technology to their advantage. Also, very importantly, is the time allowance. Even though the flexibility of digital media was supposed to be a good thing for particularly women in evening out digital spaces, we realize that because they still continue to carry the burden, particularly of the home, they don't have as much time allowance on their hands to go and play around on the digital. And if you consider the fact that the birth of a lot of digital mediapreneurship gigs, small digital media enterprises, the birth of these things tend to happen alongside one's full-time job. They don't just quit and go and start a blog. They have to do it alongside for a bit. They find their feet before they decide that, oh, this is something I could do for the long haul. Because of that, the reality that women don't have a lot of time allowance on their hands can pose a challenge because they don't have as much flexibility, even though the digital is supposed to bring flexibility. They can't afford the time to go online and take advantage of some of that flexibility to start their own industries and profit therefrom. I also cite information from, again, the World Economic Forum, which shows that actually something we should be very curious about and interested in as we look to digital is the reality that as we speak today, only 22% of artificial intelligence related jobs are held by women. So that, forgive my poor math, but that will give us about 78, I want to say, % of men occupying those spaces. You see the big imbalance. Now, it's a big imbalance that has implications for the future and women's opportunities within digital spaces. Because in the next few years, and in fact, we are seeing that already, digital is going to be just basically AI-driven. It is now, it is going to get deeper. And so if women are not in AI, artificial intelligence jobs presently, it means that we are not building enough capacity of a critical enough mass of women to take advantage of the jobs that will be appearing in that space in the near future. And that is a worry. So that even though we are digitizing or making sure everybody can find themselves on the internet, can find themselves in digital platforms, on digital tools, etc. Because of the competency gaps that have historically existed between men and women, the challenges are about to perpetuate themselves if we don't actively also seek to promote competencies among women that would enable them to position themselves to take up a lot more of the opportunities in the labor market as regards artificial intelligence. And the last one I try to problematize or to draw our attention to is the growing incidence of gendered online violence. So a lot of women complain, women in the media complain that when as part of their work, they've done some story and it goes online, they are trolled. People will come and make very, very negative comments. Sometimes it's even threats. When we did our State of Women in the Ghanaian Media study in 2020, one of the findings was the fact that quite a good number of the women we had spoken to in that study had suffered online violence that had a gendered tone, and that came as a result of work that they had done. And so that can be a challenge for women in the media. Let me read something from one of the people we spoke with who says, okay, so some guy from La Paz is a place in Accra who may have been responding to something this lady would have posted on her online platform. That person said, you are stupid, you are this, your content is this, your content is that. You know, so these women struggle with attacks on them, harassment, etc., just because they are trying to make a name for themselves by running their own digital media platform. So this other person says, I think one of the things I struggle with is that people just come and watch my videos and begin to give unsolicited advice about how I should have worn what I shouldn't have worn what I wore, or why my body is the way it is, or the most annoying, why didn't you wear makeup? I mean, these are women who are trying to build their own media businesses. And when they've posted content, however interesting the content is, the things people feel a need to be commenting on is rather their looks, why their looks are okay or why their looks are not okay. And sometimes they are the receiving end of insults. There's been times when women have told us that they've actually been threatened online for doing their work, you know. So we have a lady here who eventually had to run to the US, and it's because of work she had done. And online, she was just facing so much threats that eventually she thought that it could actually manifest physically and had to bolt out of the country. So my argument or my suggestion is that in our quest to digit all, perhaps we should also be mindful of some of the cracks that have existed in media, traditional media historically, and be a bit more conscious in how do we correct these cracks, because otherwise we may digit all and get all women and men online, but the problems that exist offline would just find their way of replicating onto the digital spaces. I have cited examples of our lack of time allowance on our hands as women. I have cited examples of the harassment that women face online. I have cited example of our skills, lack of competencies, particularly when it comes to artificial intelligence jobs. And you will see from here also this quote about my editor is a very busy person. When you get him today, you don't know when next you will meet him. So this is something that came out of our data, the idea that because women historically have competency gaps when dealing with technical things, the camera, sound, etc., lighting, etc., when they have taken up digital media enterprises such as a YouTube channel that they've monetized and everything, they lack the actual technical skills for producing their content. And so they are having to rely on males who have those competencies. And by so doing, also having to rely on the male lens through which their content is being produced. They don't have the skills. They have to fall on somebody else who has the skills. And oftentimes that person is a male. Another thing that we saw in our data, again, is the lack of management competencies. Because historically, women have tended to be at the lower echelons in media. When they've tried to run their own media enterprises, digital media enterprises, there's a vacuum in terms of the management skills they need. And in the study, a lot of them were telling us, oh, I just go to my former manager in the newsroom and ask, how do I manage this? How do I manage this? Guess what? That former manager is a male. And so some of the challenges that are offline are finding very, very interesting ways of being replicated online. For which reason, my suggestion is that as we try to digit all, we should be mindful that we are not allowing space for that digitizing to actually dig even deeper the challenges that have historically existed within the media. And so looking forward, my call is that scholars such as those of us here in this room and others who are interested in gender and the media, and particularly the digital gender and the media, perhaps a bit more study to discover some of these things that within this short time, I hope I have been able to explain here. What are the patterns evolving around particularly women's entry into digital media as consumers, as users, but also as owners of these digital media opportunities? And also some research that explores the particular opportunities and challenges that attend women who are trying to venture into digital media enterprises, and what it would take to be able to really build their capacity so that they're not just entering that space because a certain floodgate has been opened by a call to digit all, but when they go there, they're going to be able to thrive and do interesting and successful things because they went in there with skills that would allow them to so do. A call to the UN agencies working on gender, a call to media development organizations, women's associations, etc., gender equality is an important consideration, and the SDGs highlight same. And so we know that it is an important issue that the world has to grapple with. And as we try towards that end, my suggestion is that these type of organizations that have an interest in promoting the cause of equality should look to training more women to build their capacity, so that one, they are able to identify opportunities that exist in the digital for them to take advantage of, but more importantly, that they have the competencies when they see these opportunities to be able to take advantage of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abena. That was very insightful. We really appreciate your presentation. I'm going to allow, I know we have a section for question and answer later on, but if there are quick reactions, we can allow for some quick reactions to that presentation. 2 or 3 reactions before we move on. Do we have any reactions? I know we have a question and answer section later on as we digest. I am not seeing any reactions. We are requesting that if we could put on our cameras on for just a minute so that we can have an official photograph taken. Dr. Abena, maybe you can pull down the presentation. Chair, I don't know who is taking that photograph. Kindly, let's put on our cameras.
Mr. Koros should be taking the photo. Mr. Koros, I hope you can hear us, Walter.
And when he's through, he can tell us so that we can move on. Kindly, I can see some blanks. Kindly put on your camera to just take a minute. Koros? Koros, are we through?
I think, yes, we can continue.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing us to take that picture. I can see in the chat someone is just appreciating that wonderful presentation. Now, allow me to bring in Lydia Asiko so that she can introduce our next speaker as we move on to the next session. Thank you so much. Lydia.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, wherever you're tuned in. I'm Lydia Asiko, as you have heard, and I have great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. And before I do that, I'm reminded in the Bible, because that's one of the books that I do make a lot of reference to. One of the scriptures in the Bible, Jesus talked and made this statement and said, a prophet is honored everywhere except in his own hometown and among his relatives and his own family. And that scripture reminds us, or rather we can learn from the words of Jesus, that he was just trying to tell us how we can celebrate people from afar and yet forget our very own. The reason why I'm saying that is that I'm deeply honored to introduce our very own, a colleague to me and to us by the name Dr. Teresia Chalo. Dr. Teresia Chalo is a member of staff in Karatina University. Her full name is Dr. Teresia Ngina Chalo. She is a senior lecturer of entrepreneurship at Karatina University. She holds a Bachelor of Education and MSc and PhD degrees in entrepreneurship. So I would say, if allow me to now add my introduction to that she indeed is a guru in entrepreneurship. She has an experiential entrepreneurship educator certificate from the University of Florida and Marketplace Simulations coach certificate from Innovative Learning Solutions in Tennessee, among other academic qualifications. Dr. Chalo is an entrepreneurship expert and mentor. Her areas of expertise include women and youth entrepreneurship, small enterprise development, business planning, small enterprise financing, corporate entrepreneurship, succession planning, among others. She has authored many articles in peer-reviewed journals and also consulted on women entrepreneurship, enterprise development and management, technology and innovation, and business planning, both locally and internationally, as we have had before. Dr. Chalo is a practicing entrepreneur in agribusiness and an enthusiast in women and youth empowerment. I really, again, take pleasure in welcoming our very own speaker, our very own member of staff from Karatina University, Dr. Teresia Ngina Chalo. The floor is yours, and welcome, Daktari. Thank you. Dr. Teresia Chalo.
Thank you so much. Am I heard? Can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard. Probably you may just need to increase your volume, Daktari, or maybe draw closer to the speaker.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lydia, for inviting me to speak to this auspicious occasion of Women Day internationally. I thank God for having been given this chance to speak and give my contribution, because I am an enthusiast in women and the youth as far as entrepreneurship is concerned, and also in seeing the empowerment of women, because you find that women, as women, we are the partakers, and we are the ones who engineer the economy to grow, because in countries where we find that women are not really recognized, you find that such economies are not doing quite well. And in involving women in everything that we do is critical. And I would request that I be allowed to share my presentation. Thank you so much. I want to start by saying that I looked at this, I'm supposed to speak on technology not being gender neutral. And I am looking at exploring the factors for the ICT gap, gender gap in Africa. And so when I looked at this, I looked at it from a wider perspective. I looked at the way women, the way the gender gap is not only in ICT, but it is something that has been looked at from very different perspectives. You find that gender gap is not, the ICT gender gap is not an isolated problem. And therefore, we cannot look at it from that one standpoint. We must go back to look at the root that has caused this. And that's why I want to look at, my presentation is actually looking at the gender gap in Africa. Then I want to look at the ICT the gender gap in Africa. And then I look at the problems. What are these problems that we are thinking or that we are looking at as causing this ICT gender gap, and probably come up with a recommendation on policy, what needs to be done so that we can have equity as far as ICT is concerned. So when we look at gender gap in Africa, you realize that despite the fact that the women make about 70% of the population, they are usually marginalized and disadvantaged in virtually everything. So you find that it's not only this marginalization is not only in ICT, but in other areas like in human development sectors, governance, education, the labor market, religion, job opportunities, and decision-making. This has been caused by the cultures and the ethics and values that we have found ourselves in as Africa. And you find that in most African countries, women are treated different than men. The cultures that we have, the values that we have, the ethical beliefs, and the norms tend to value men than women. And therefore you find that eventually you find that this has led to men having dominance over women. So you find that if we have to look at the issue of ICT and the problems that are facing it in Africa, then we must address the root, which is where we found ourselves in, the societies that we have found ourselves living in. So you find that in looking at the digital and the gender gap in Africa, there is a big gap. When we look at it, we find that women adoption of digital digital space is more as compared to men. Why? Because you find that men have been privileged right from the time they are young. And as they grow up, they tend to be more aligned to the digital world, to science, as compared to women. So you find that in a study that I looked at, ITU 2019 revealed that in the developing countries where we lie as Africans, the internet penetration rate for adults for women is 41% as compared to 53% for men. I also found that 393 million adult women in the developing countries do not really own mobile phones, and that women are more likely to have similar features of phones that do not really support mobile internet use. I also established that women use smaller range of digital services. That is, they look at a phone as a calling gadget and sending text messages, as opposed to men who will take or will think of a phone as a very important gadget for exploring the world. So I find that the digital use by women is less. And therefore, the reasons that are leading to this, or the factors that are leading to us to this scenario, is the one that I wanted maybe to look at. And in my thinking and interrogation, I realized that factors could not just be because we are women. No, there are other aspects that are leading into this scenario. Because when you look at the characteristics of women, they are not inferior to the characteristics of men. You find that women are very adaptable. They are very innovative. They are strong. They have what it takes to manage. Their ability to endure is also very, very high. And so when you look at these characteristics of the woman, you realize that the reason why they are not shining in ICT could not be because they are women. It is because there are other aspects, there are other factors out there that are making them not shine as we would expect of them. So out of that, the ICT gender gap in Africa, therefore, is not caused by the fact that we are women, but it is caused by the root cause that I mentioned earlier, that is the cultural beliefs and norms, ethics and values, and socioeconomic and educational barriers and attitudes that are given to women. You find that looking at women and looking at where we are coming from, you'd realize that even as children grow very young, you realize that there are those do's and those don't do's for a girl and those for men. And when I was thinking about it, I realized that even when children, you go to the shop to buy toys for children, you realize that we tend as because of the way we have been cultured, we want to tell our girls, your place is in the kitchen. We buy for them dolls, we buy for them cookware, and then when it comes to the boys, we buy them toys, we buy them the bicycles, we buy for them the lorries, the trucks, the tractors. So they tend to feel, they want to know more about technology. They want to know more about machines, even as they grow, while the girl tends to shy off. And therefore, for us to address the issue of ICT in Africa, there is need to address the cultural beliefs, the values, and the norms and ethics and attitudes that we have held since time immemorial. Because it's only after we have been kind of freed from that we can easily now address what is ailing us. What we are doing is that we are looking at the problem from the branches, not the roots. We need to go to the roots, address that root, cut it, and then you realize that as time goes, we'll be able to attain gender parity in the digital world. So the factors that I came up with, number one is the accessibility. Accessibility here is the aspect of having the gadgets that we require, maybe to be able to venture into the digital world. And we realize that getting a computer, getting a phone is not easy. It's not something cheap. It's expensive, even the data. Now, when you look at this and looking at specifically the women, because majority of the women are in the rural areas where where we have our cultural norms and the values being practiced, you realize that the woman may not be even in a position to access these gadgets. And if she has to access them, then it is very limited. Why? Because she may not have even the money to buy. So who accesses technology, gadgets, is the men. And therefore the gap continues to grow. When you look at, again, there is that feeling that women should not be exposed to the world. Tradition dictates that women should live according to the culture. They should follow a certain values that are set. And so you find that they have control. They are restricted. And that's why we are having many domestic violence caused by the phone. Why? Because one would want to know, whom did you talk to? Where did you, what areas did you visit on the phone, in the internet? So you find that those social norms are bringing a lot of inequality in ICT. Then we have the technophobia. This is a creation again by the society, because you find that women often have complex relationship with technology and the machines, and that comes from how we have been cultured, because machines and technology are a man's domain. So you find that when we see, and that is an obvious thing, you find a woman who is maybe operating a tractor in the road construction. People look at her with first question marks. Is she really a woman? Why? Because there are no-go zones. So if we find that this technophobia has also led women into fearing other technological advancements, including the computers and internet. There is also low levels of digital literacy and also lack of confidence in ICT as far as women and girls are concerned. And this is because women tend to now enter the engineering world late in life, and therefore they are not trained. They don't get the training that is expected for them to move or to be digital literate. And so the result is that most women will tend to concentrate in areas that they know best. That is in catering and the clerical works, because their training is not really geared towards technology. Then we also have the factor of underrepresentation of women in development of ICT. Most of these ICT products, as we have heard even before, they have been designed mostly by men. And so as women are users, we are not developers. So if we are users, what happens? It pushes us into that category. We can only utilize, we cannot develop. So it will now open us to the fear and the risks of technology. So you find that as a result, female users often see no reason to use digital products or services or the content, because also the content has been designed by men. So we would wish to use content that we have been involved in. So you find that that is another factor, that if we want really to have a digital equity, then that needs to be looked at. Then we also have poor motivation and lack of mentors. This one, you find that is especially in the science and engineering. Women are lacking mentors that can help them move along. And you find that in the faculties of engineering, the representation of women are few, and there is need to look at this area. So if we want really to have to address the gender gap in ICT, 4 things need to be taken into account. And one is that the policymakers, they need to identify those specific challenges and the barriers that are women and girls face in accessing and using ICT. And therefore, they need to address this and develop appropriate policies that will respond to reduce the gap. Then again, we need the policymakers to design gender responsive ICT policy, one that will take into particular consideration the uniqueness challenges faced by women. Not because you find that women have their own unique way or have their own unique challenges, especially when it comes to ICT and in the digital world. Then we need to develop a truly gender responsive ICT policy, which will start by recognizing that technology development and use are both subject to existing socio-economic biases and institutional discrimination. The moment we understand this, the moment we realize that the ICT is not isolated from the gender discrimination, then we'll be able to sit down and talk and come up with a policy that is going to truly respond to a gender responsive ICT policy. Then lastly, we are talking about there is need of inclusion of women in the policy designing, formulation, and implementation process. So there is need when developing these policies to include the women from the onset aspect of designing them, the formulation of these policies, and the implementation. And so there is need now for agendas for ICT gender policy. There is need to look at those problems or those challenges that have been mentioned and come up with a way forward. And this way forward, we are calling it REACT. That is rights, education, access, content, and target. What this means is that we need to protect and enhance the rights of everyone who is online, especially women. So the policy must put in place such measures so that women will not be bullied online, and they will feel comfortable, they will feel protected when they venture into the digital world. Again, we need to equip the women with the knowledge, the education, and the skills that they require to access and use the ICT, so that we encourage the ICT literacy. They need to understand, we need to really instill these skills to them. Again, we need to deliver affordable access to ICT. And because we said on access, women tend to have low use of ICTs because they cannot access them. They are not available, they are costly. So there is need to have affordable access to ICT. the content needs also to be looked upon so that it addresses issues, gender issues that are pertaining to women, that are relevant to women. And then lastly, we need this policy to have targets so that we can be able to know within 1 year where were we and where are we going to be in the next maybe 5 years, so that we can tell if we are really attaining what we intended to do. But my parting shot is that the aspect of ICT gender policy cannot be addressed without addressing the general gender, the general gender gap. So when we are talking about the ICT gender gap in Africa today, we must also put into practice, or we must also put to practice issues of addressing the gender gap in general, because you find that in areas where we have parity in gender, then the issues of ICT are at par, or you find that there are more women even in ICT as compared to men. And so we need really to look at the root and not at the branches. And I want to thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chalo, for that very insightful speech and presentation. And I just want to open the floor for anyone who has any question. I know we have the Q&A session that is coming later, but if there's one that is really burning now, kindly you can unmute yourself, or you could put it in the chat session, then I'll pick it up from there. I'm trying to read also from the chat session, and let me see, I can't see anything as yet, but yes, I believe something is coming up. I'm hearing an echo. Is there anyone who has unmuted? Maybe as you're waiting, I just want to bring this very home. Allow me to share an experience that I've picked one take-home point from Dr. Chalo's presentation. She mentioned about the challenge faced in ICT, and my mind drew to a scenario that I experienced, and she mentioned about the fourth point where she said that the lack of mentors, you know, and I drew my my experience sometime when, of course, the mobile phones had come in. I will not shy from saying that experience, and the person that I'll even referring to is actually in the house. And so, of course, not everyone, and you know, even as technology comes in, not everyone really gets oriented to it. And I remember the first time that I was using a different form of phone, I kind of used, I mean, I was not very, I wasn't skilled in the way in its operation. So I remember meeting my dear friend who is here even in the house, Dr. Nyabisi Mengo. Dr. Nyabisi Mengo, if you can recall, where I really, had an embarrassing moment, but I want to appreciate that she was kind enough to pick up my challenge, and she took me through, and she said, Lydia, of course, after we had a really long laugh, she said, Lydia, it's so good this is happening to you while I'm with you. But I want to appreciate that she picked me up. She she mentored me, you know, even though younger, but she mentored me and brought me to speed on that ICT space. So again, Dr. Nyabisi Mengo, thank you for that. Just to let us know that even what Dr. Chalo has mentioned, these are real gaps that we have in, and we are here celebrating as women. We are here to pick each other up. We are here to mentor. If you know something in the ICT space, you're a guru, or you have learned something, don't shy off from building capacity in another, because as we do that in our small spaces, then that's how come all of us will be able to, we will empower women, as it were. And so thank you again, Dr. Chalo. I'm reading the chats here from Dr. Opeyemi. Thank you for the insightful presentation, Dr. Chalo. We celebrate you. Thank you, Dr. Chalo. Another comment from Dr. Alice Kamau. Thank you for that very insightful presentation. We celebrate you again. From Sally Chepchirchir, she says, thank you, Doctor, for the informative presentation. I just want to make sure that I've acknowledged everyone. Yes, there is Dr. Anne. I hope I've read it well. Lara, well done, Dr. Teresia. Great work indeed. And yes, so from those few, Dr. Chalo, kindly acknowledge our appreciation from all of us. And really, we are grateful for having taken time to present and also to speak to us and to build capacity in all of us. And yes, Dr. Mbaka, I will not close you out. She says, thank you for a wonderful presentation. So Dr. Chalo, receive our appreciation both locally and internationally. Yes, did I hear somebody?
Yes, there is Bukenya who wants to ask a question. Sorry for the interference.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay, Prof.
Question.
Thank you, Dr. Luanga. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, our MC Lydia and Dr. Chalo and all. I just wanted that you hear a voice from Uganda for once. From the University of Kisubi. Here we celebrate the Women's Day in a big way by celebrating culture. So it's like a culture day, the only culture day we have in the year. So also to say a word of thank you to the presenters. And I note that I've noted very many points also from Dr. Chalo's presentation. But I'm very struck by the fact that ICT has been displayed. The ICT disparities were well explained as caused by, not because of gender, but by other factors. The factors of history, factors of culture, the way we are socialized. And I believe also that where we are now is not where we are going to be in the next 10 years, I believe. Also in terms of equality through digitalization. Because of the trends being taken by our governments, I mean also being inspired by the international community. In Uganda, and I believe it's also true in Kenya, we have embraced the competence-based curriculum in our schools, from the primary schools to through secondary schools, and then they have to continue with the university. And among the key areas of emphasis is ICT, that the children have to be ICT literate so that they can compete well with the rest of the world, they can fit well with the rest of the world. So just to say that amidst the current disparities, as we do the evaluations of what's going on, definitely culture is playing a very big role, and we shall be sharing a little later also what's happening in Uganda. I would be sharing it a bit more, but definitely where we are now is we have taken the right trends through your universal education, and now changing our education, turning into competence-based curriculum, and then emphasizing on items of digital and then technology and other areas. just wanted that my voice is also heard enough in the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lwanga. Dr. Chalo, would you want to give a feedback on that, or would you want to pick it up later on? Dr. Chalo?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm happy to have some to have people looking at this issue from that perspective. I believe that that is the way to go, whereby we kind of integrate a digital learning into our schools, and that can be done very successfully with the CBC curriculum that we are also introducing. Therefore, I believe that even as we move to improve on our CBC, we are going to look at the aspect of digitalization, because that's where everyone else is going. And I believe that this is going to cut that disparity to a minimum, or it will bring parity as far as the digital space is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lwanga. Thank you for allowing us to hear a voice from Uganda, and we are really honored to have your presence with us, and thank you for that contribution. So I believe I'm not closing out anyone. Let me just look at the chat session again so that I don't close out anyone. Yes, it says from Dr. Aduvare says, thank you for the informative presentations and encouragement. In the spirit of empowerment, learn a thing on my YouTube channel. That's yes, information to us on data talks with Laureen that informs people about emerging trends in ICT data. Okay, so that's from Dr. Aduvare to all of us. So I would want to bring this session to a close and allow and give information that it would be good to have a health break. It would be good to have a health break. And Professor Juliet, I believe our health break is, we could make it half an hour, or maybe let me say 28 minutes, so that by 11:30, if that is okay with us. Professor Juliet, I hope I'm not overstretching our break. Is that?
I think, can we have 15 minutes, please? So that we can adjust the time, 15 minutes.
Thank you, my prof. Thank you, my mentor, for that correction. So kindly, let me make it clear. So now it's 11:02 from this part of the world that I am in, and whichever time zone you're clocking in, give yourselves 15 minutes. So if you're in East African time, that will be my quick math. Let's say by 11:20, let's be back and continue with the session. Have a health break, stand up, take a cup of coffee, take some fruits, stretch yourselves so that we can be comfortable and alert even for the next wonderful presentations. So thank you, and yeah, see you soon. So don't log out completely, stay on tune. Bye-bye.
As we go for break, we are celebrating women. If there's somebody who is with us here and somebody who can sing, they can sing, because this is a celebration. Yeah, we have 15 minutes to take a healthy break. If we have somebody who can sing, we can give them the 3 minutes or the 60 seconds to sing, because we are celebrating women, International Women's Day. If you can sing, let us know, and then you can unmute yourself and sing. Yes. Anne, Lala?
Yes. Prof, I can sing.
You can sing, then unmute yourself and sing. We are celebrating women.
Yes,
this is a celebration. Welcome.
I have a song for women, which are taken from various Bible passages. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
We can.
Yes. I have these notes from different Bible passages for us as
Can we also,
because you
Anne,
are
can we also see your face?
than what you think you are.
Anne,
Okay, Prof.
Can we see your face?
Okay. Yeah. Yes, you can. I'm coming. Yes. Yeah. Can you see my face? Is it beautiful? Prof, is it beautiful?
Yes. You're seeing, we are waiting. We are waiting.
Okay. Yes. I'm a woman. I am a woman. I am beautiful. The Lord told me in Ecclesiastes chapter 10, I am victorious. The Lord told me in Romans chapter 8:37, I am a woman. I am enough. In 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 9, I am a woman. I am very strong. As written in Philippians chapter 4, verse 13, I am a woman. Am I amazing? As written in Psalm 139, verse 14, fearfully and wonderfully made. I am a woman. I'm never alone. As written in Matthew 28, verse 20, I am a woman. I am chosen. In 1 Thessalonians chapter 1, verse 4, I am a woman. I am always loved. Romans 8:38 tells me so. I am a woman. I am capable. So nobody should trample on my right. As written in Mark chapter 10:27, I am a woman created by the Most High God to be a light to the world. Every woman say, I am great as a woman. Every woman, I am great as a woman. Do have a great day.
I'm great as a woman.
Yes. Thank you, Lydia. Thank you. So that's the end of my song.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we have another person who can sing? We are celebrating Women, International Women's Day. We are live on YouTube. Hello? You can see we have talent.
I have a poem for women.
Please say it. Welcome.
Thank you. I think I've sent it to you this morning. Happy Women's Day.
Can we see your face? Dr. Oyekon, can we see your face if you want to say a poem?
Can you see me now?
Yes.
Woman. Who is a woman? When she's quiet, millions of things are running through her mind. When she stares at you, she's wondering why she loves you so much in spite of being taken for granted. When she says, I will stand by you, she will stand by you like a solid rock. Never hurt her or take her for granted. Someone asked her, are you a working woman or a housewife? She replied, yes, I'm a full-time working housewife. I work 24 hours a day. I am a mom, I am a wife, I am a daughter, I am a daughter-in-law, I'm an alarm clock. I am a cook. I'm a maid as well as a teacher. I'm a waitress and a nanny. I'm a nurse. I'm a handy woman. I'm a security officer. I'm a counselor. I'm a comforter. I don't get holidays. I don't get sick leave. I don't get day off. I work through day and night. I'm on call all hours and get paid with a sentence. What do you do all day? A woman has the most unique character like salt. Her presence is never remembered, but her absence makes all things tasteless. I salute all women today. Happy Women's Day. You are respected.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ekon. Any other, you can see the talent we have as a celebrating women is immense. Any other person, a poem, a song?
Yes,
we clap for her. Yes, let's talk.
Yes. Good morning, everyone, and happy Women's Day.
Good morning, and switch on your camera so that we see who is talking. Yeah.
Are you able to see me now?
Who is talking?
I'm Sister Rose from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa.
Rose Mwangi.
To see me now.
Is it Rose who is talking?
Yes, it's Sister Rose Mwangi from the Catholic University.
Yeah, now we can see you. You want to sing, you want to say a poem. We're celebrating women. Welcome. Yeah?
Yes, I would want to sing. And thank you for the good organization. I would want to sing because I believe women are a blessing wherever we are, whomever we are, and wherever we go. And because it's just a chorus, I'm inviting you also to join me in singing because it is very simple. You are a blessing, whomever you are. 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 You are a blessing, wherever you go. 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 Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Rose Mwangi. We said we have talent, we clap. Any other person, a song, a chorus? We are celebrating International Women's Day, and we are celebrating women. We are celebrating us, and we are celebrating all of the women globally. Any other person? I think we are still spending our break time. Any other person who has something, a chorus, a poem, a song?
Allow me, Prof, to read from the chat session from one of our participants, that is Eunice, who has said she has given the acronym WOMAN and described it as follows. Woman, W for a wonderful wife, O for an outstanding friend, M for a marvelous daughter, A for an adorable sister, and N for a nurturing mother. And happy Women's Day. That's an acronym for woman, and indeed that identifies with all of us. Thank you, Eunice. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you so much. The person who is coming on after the break, are we still within our time? Any other song, poem? Any song, any comment? Not a comment, song, poem. So how many minutes do we have remaining?
We have 6 minutes. We can even make it 4 minutes, Prof. We just want to also could use the time to also acknowledge and appreciate and also voice comments from the ones who've made on the chat session. From Julia, she says, wonderful presentations, that is a clap, and wonderful claps actually to Dr. Opeyemi. Anne Lara is, acknowledging and appreciating the presentations. And I'm a woman. Oh, that just swept my feet off. I'm a woman. I'm a woman. I'm a woman who is strong, a woman who is beautiful, a woman who is strong. Well, strong has come now twice. A woman who is chosen, loved, capable. Wow, that was really, really, really wonderful. And I took in all those, and I believe all of us have taken in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for our presenters, and over to you again, Professor Juliet.
Thank you so much, Lydia. I think we can go to the other session. The chair of the other session can take over. I think everybody is back from the health break. The chair of the next session, please take over. Hello, the chair of the next session. Hello, hello. Chair of the next session. Lydia.
Prof, the chair of the next session is, I was going through the program, is Dr. Grace. Dr. Grace Muridhi.
It's not Dr. Grace Muridhi, it's Dr. Mengo Nyabisi. It's Dr. Mengo Nyabisi.
Okay.
Dr. Mengo, are you in the house? She was some time ago. Hello, Dr. Nyabisi, are you in the house? So Lydia, if she's not in the house, can you stand in? Can you stand in, please?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you, Professor. Actually, I was going through the program, and Dr. Grace is supposed to introduce Dr. Anne, but it is well. I want to believe Dr. Anne Lara is in the meeting, and I could just go through the participants. I believe I'd seen her some time back. Dr. Anne Lara. Let me just confirm as I quickly, yes, Dr. Anne Lara Ongusola. I believe I've pronounced it well. Well, so now let me have the great pleasure to introduce to us Dr. Anne Lara Ongusola. I believe I pronounced it well. I'll maybe leave it at Dr. Anne Lara. Now, Dr. Anne Lara is a Chief Training and Research Fellow at the National Institute for Educational Planning and Administration, and that is NIEPA from Nigeria, Ondo. Dr. Anne, Mrs. holds a Bachelor of Science Education degree in Science Education and Master's in Educational Management and Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Planning. Currently, Dr. Anne serves as the head of the National Institute for Educational Planning and Administration that is in Southwest Zone, having served as acting head of training department, desk officer of the same institute that was also working in collaboration with UNICEF for over a decade. Desk officer NIEPA with UNESCO, and also NIEPA with Sustainable Development Goals activities at the Institute. She is a resource person, a consultant for UNICEF, World Bank, and some state governments in the Federation. Dr. Lara has trained and has been certified also by the IEEP UNESCO. She will tell us in full. And she's been trained and certified in the use of EPSIM. Again, she will elaborate on that model. Yes, for educational projections, making her one of the few specialists in the usage of EPSIM model in Nigeria. She was trained and certified by UNICEF, UNGEI, GPE as a national resource person on gender responsive education sector planning and appraisal. She is the author of an indigenous book on an aspect of educational planning, education planning, sorry about that, education planning, and titled Education Indicators for Day-to-Day Use of Educational Planners, Managers, and Administrators in the Era of Globalization, and co-authored The 21st School Managers, which was a best-selling book for education managers and administrators. As a gender equality advocate, Dr. Ann empowers women and youth through training and retraining, counseling, and mentoring. She is a teacher of the Word of God, a passionate career and marriage counselor, and a model for righteous living to the younger generation. Without much ado, I will warmly welcome Dr. Ann to the floor. Please pick it up from there and tell us what valuable insight you have in store for us this afternoon, this early morning. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, my sister Lydia. I appreciate you. And I want to appreciate our friend, Professor Juliet, for bringing myself and my baby sister, Dr. Pe, to be a part of this program. Thank you, because women are women everywhere. And so thank you. And I want to celebrate all the men, the he for she that are in our midst today. Thank you for celebrating us as your sisters, as women, as your daughters, as your aunties, as mothers. Thank you so very much. Please, can I go ahead and share my screen?
Please go ahead, Dr. Ann.
Thank you so very much. Sorry, just a minute. Okay. Today, I'll be speaking with us on what I titled Ensuring Gender Equality Through Innovation and Technology. And I have very few slides, and I will be discussing on this extensively within the allotted time given to me. I hope you cannot see my slide. The picture that we have there is titled Gender Inequality. As we can see, we have the lever, one dropping down to the left, the other one rising high. The one that is rising very high, we have the man there. The one that is dropping down, we have the woman. I want you to look at the picture, very carefully. With this woman, it's like she has so many arms. She has two arms raising up with books, with computer, with a light on her chest. You can all see her carrying a baby. On her right hand, she's carrying the bag, the food stuff. She will think of how to cook and all those things. And the man is there. Well, for the first two, our guest speaker, our main guest speaker, Excellency and our last speaker, they have all talked about gender inequality. But why do we have this? Why? I just want to allow us to just say one or two things before I go into using innovation and technology, to ensure gender equality. Why do we have gender inequality? We have the number one reason is gender stereotyping. Due to what? Due to rigid culture and religious matters. In Africa, as it is here in Nigeria, I believe so it is in Kenya, so it is in Uganda. Africa as a continent has this issue concerning girls. When Dr. Teresa was mentioning, she said, yes, when you go to stores, you want to buy doll for a girl, football for a boy, cooking is for the girls, boys are expected to be the landlord. All those kind of a thing. And at the end of the day, you see this rigid culture. There are certain positions in the Christian or Muslim world that that girls or women cannot get to. So you have this rigid culture, you have this religious issue that has hitherto limited the girls and the women. And so what does this lead to? It leads to gender inequality. Another reason why we have this gender inequality, because of the fact that the rigid culture has also prevented and religious matters are prevented and put in the brain of our fathers, girls, they don't need education. Girls' education ends in the kitchen. So this has led to what? It has led to low level of educational attainment. Most of us that are here discussing today, you will bear with me if you look back to the last 30 years, because I could remember I started learning over 50 years ago. I started schooling over 50 years ago. For those of us that belong to this era, you find out that you could remember how difficult it was for you to go through schooling. And so then this has led, and I can still remember so many of my classmates in the primary schools, brilliant girls that could not attain much at the end of the day because, what is a girl doing with education? What is a girl doing with high certificates? And so this has led to low level of educational attainment and has turned to high level of illiteracy among the women folks. And like I always tell them when I go for workshop, if you continue to educate the boys only, your sons will end up marrying illiterates, because it is among these illiterate girls that we will pick wives for our sons. And because of the low level of educational attainment, this has also led to unequal empowerment and unequal pay for equal or even a bigger work. At the opening of today's session, Professor Juliet was mentioning, she mentioned about her friend that was talking that has a farm. You can look, when you look at it from that perspective, at the end of the day, some women, they have to do much job for a lesser pay. And what has this led to? This has led to poverty. And so I'm not going to dwell much on the reasons. There are so many reasons known to you and known to myself concerning this gender that has entrenched gender inequality in every facet, not just in the innovation and technology world, in every facet of life. And so I leave it there and I move to why you have brought me in here. Digital, gender equality through innovation and technology. I want you to look at the slide before us, gender equality. And here you see, the man and the woman, or the boy and the girl, at par. This is what is referred to as gender equality. And I tell you, I start with these quotes. When the sun rises, it rises for everyone, irrespective of the gender. You will agree with me to that. Now, when the sun rises, it rises for everyone. Whether you are a man, whether you are a woman, whether you are a boy, whether you are a girl, when it is time for sun to rise, it rises for everyone, irrespective of gender. So if it is like that, then what is good for the goose is also good for the ganders. So what is gender equality? Are we saying that boys and girls should be the same? Not really. But what we are saying is that there should be equal access to opportunities. Give equal access to resources, equal access to opportunities, regardless of gender, including decision-making, including participation in everything. Don't limit me because I am a girl. Don't limit her because she's a girl. That is exactly what gender equality is saying. Give us a level ground, a level playing ground, so that every one of us can demonstrate what stuff we are made of. Allow us to do the same exam. Don't lower the standard because I'm a girl. Give me equal opportunities as you will give to a boy, so that at the end of the day, let's play it. Let's play the game according to the rules. Don't limit me. Don't say, well, this one after training, I should go to a man's house and all my money or not will be is the husband that will be benefiting. So give us equal access. That's exactly what we are saying. Because the girls are not made to be lower intellectually than the boys. We are not made to be so. And so it is a situation, gender equality is a situation in which access to rights or opportunities are unaffected by gender. So it's not that because you are a male, you can do this. Because you are a female, you can do this. Allow us. That is what we are saying. Allow us to go along with our male counterparts. That is what we are saying concerning gender equality. Now, my colleagues and fellow participants at this August occasion, I want to give you, if to say we are doing a face-to-face discussion, I will have given you some time to discuss this. But let me say it here. There was a particular case which I want to start to share with you. And that's why I put it as a case study. There was this couple that were traveling by air. Only two of them in the aircraft. One is a pilot, the other one is a nurse. And as they were traveling in the air, the husband had an heart attack. And people were worried, how will they land safely? How will this aircraft not crash land? I know within you, you are already, how would they do it? That would be disaster. Oh, that would be this, that would be that. But I tell you, at the end of the day, they landed safely. Why? I will give you the answer. Because I told you a couple, one a pilot, one a nurse. If I should look deep down into your brain now, I know you will be saying, how would they land? They won't be able to land though, because you believe that the man is the pilot, the wife is the nurse. That is what we refer to as this issue of, and that's where I'm taking the next title, the next discussion from. Because we believe that it should be the man that should be the pilot. But in this case, my dear sisters, my dear brothers that are joining us for this celebration, it happened that it was the wife that happened to be the pilot. I want all of us to give ourselves one gosa as a woman. Give yourself one gosa as a woman. Yeah. So I'm starting from that particular study that are the case that I've narrated and that I've shared with you. So how do we use innovation and technology for gender equality? In that case study that I gave to you, it was the woman that happened to be the pilot. So even though her husband, who happened to be, and the husband, the nurse, Even though the husband had an attack in the aircraft, that did not stop that brave girl, brave woman, brave wife to continue with her job as a pilot. And so they landed safely. What are we talking about? Number one thing, how to use innovation and technology for gender equality. Number one thing that I want us to always do, and that I want us to get to the skull of everyone around us, let us stop gender stereotyping. Stop it. Allow them equal opportunities. Yes, stop gender stereotyping. Because at the end of the day, like that case study I gave to you, it was that particular lady that saved the day because she happened to be the pilot. So in stopping gender stereotyping, I'm saying that let's get our guests started early in data analysis. Start them. Don't say, it's better you do, just go ahead and do art-related courses. Get started early in what? Get them started early in data analysis, in data science, in computer coding. Expose them to coding languages like Java and Python. Let them know. Let it not be strange to them. Let's start them early. And the earlier you start, the better for us. I tell you, the girls of the children of nowadays are very inquisitive and they are ready to learn. Give them your phone at a time. When I give my grandchildren my phone, before you know it, they go to places that I've never even gotten to in this particular Android phone. So let's get them started. Let's encourage them to go into STEM, and that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Why? Because the boys are not better equipped intellectually than the girls. The scripture, which I believe in, wrote, it said, and God made them, male and female made he them. Male and female made he them. And so when you look at it from that angle, the girls are not intellectually lower than the boys. So let's stop what? Let's stop gender stereotyping. What do we do again? So when you stop gender stereotyping, then you go strong advocacy, make strong advocacy at all levels. Strong what? Strong advocacy at all levels. Here I'm saying that get women and girls involved. Get women and girls involved in the global revolution. Leave no girl or woman behind in technology. They are old, they are old. I tell you, even at the local level, people are ready to learn and they can learn. I give you an example of my mother. My mother was well over 70 years when mobile phone came to Nigeria. And she was always interested in getting to know how we were faring. So we got her a phone. This woman that was over 70 learned how to use her phone to make calls, to receive calls. And one day I was asking her, because she was not letter, I asked her, Mama, how do you know if it is myself that called you or it is another person? She said, I know now, this is Lara, this is one is another person. So please let's get them equipped. Let's encourage them. So let's make them to use handsets. They mean Android and iPhones. Let them use Android, let them use phones. Encourage our women, our guests to use Android and to use iPhones. Let them also know that these mobile phones are called handsets. They are not bag sets. Women are in that, we are full of that habit of putting our handsets in handbags. And it is handsets and not handbag. Strong advocacy at all levels. Let's not stop until we get to where, because the gap is still wide. When Dr. Abena was discussing with us, she told us we have 22%, meaning of the of women in the artificial intelligence circle. So meaning that 78%. And how do we get to if we want the GPI to be 1, the gender parity index to be 1, it now means we still have 28% more of our women that are not, having this artificial intelligence knowledge. So there is still a lot of work to be done when you look into the statistics of what is happening. Another point and another thing that we can do is get everyone involved. Everyone. I want us to begin to use our positions. None of us, if you are in this meeting, you are not small. So let's begin to use our position. Let's begin to use the opportunities that fate has entrusted on us to seek for increased support for our girls and women in STEM. And like I've mentioned, STEM means science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Let's seek for increased material support. Seek for financial, financial support. Let there be scholarships for girls that are, that are in STEM. Let there be, you can adopt a girl child. We can adopt a girl child that is ready to go into the digital world. We can adopt a girl that is already interested in STEM. Let's not limit them, because some are high cerebrally, but financially they are incapable. And at the end of the day, some of them drop out. So let's get everyone involved. Let's meet with our political leaders. They are with us at the local level. They are with us at the world level. They are with us at the state level. They are with us at the national level. As many that you need, begin to have positive influence upon your circle of influence. That's exactly what I am saying here. And if we go by this, you find out that within the next few years, we will get there, because I believe that we will get there. Now, the last one I want to discuss with us here is blow the trumpet. What do I mean? Blow the trumpet. Celebrate women in leadership. Celebrate women. Because if you don't celebrate yourself, nobody, we are in the men's world. That's the most of the time, that's the slogan in my place here. We are in the men's world. So we are not competing, because it's only people that they don't have identities that compete. I have an identity. I have an identity. You have an identity as a woman, but we need to celebrate ourselves. Don't let it be women are the enemies of other women. Celebrate women in leadership. Let's appreciate them. I was so thrilled when our Excellency, started a discussion today. In fact, when Vitae was being read to us, I was just saying, this is my kind of woman. So I celebrate you, Our Excellency, our guest speaker. I celebrate you again. So let's celebrate women in leadership. Where do we celebrate them? Celebrate them on social media platforms. Celebrate them through Facebook. Celebrate them through Twitter. Celebrate them through Instagram. Celebrate them through YouTube. Celebrate them through blogs. Celebrate them through TikTok. All the available media avenue. Let's go ahead and celebrate our women that have made it. And as we are celebrating them, let them also begin to adopt and have mentees. As we see them as our mentors, let them begin to do what? Let them begin to mentor others. So, because one thing I know in life is that if you are a leader and you don't have a successor, I always say it and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, that a success without a successor is a total failure. We will not end up as failure. I will not end up as failure. As I continue to celebrate the women that have made it, I believe I will be celebrated, you will be celebrated, and we will also include more women. I want to stop here, and I want to appreciate you again and again for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this program. Karatina University, I sincerely appreciate you. Thank you so very much. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anne. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Anne. That was wonderful. And especially the story you told about the pilot versus the nurse. To be quite honest, when you were starting the story, I didn't think about the pilot. I didn't think about her being the pilot, you know. And I think that reflects back to what you have said about stereotyping. That is how we are conditioned. That is how we always think. That it will take you a minute to actually think that the lady was the pilot, you know. And I agree with you with the outputs that you've said, that, you know, we have to stop stereotyping. We have to stop thinking about things only a certain kind of way. And it's sad that even we women who have achieved things in our field, we still have that stereotype a little bit with us, you know. So thank you very much. And I agree with your points about the way forward, that we have to stop stereotyping. We have to involve everyone, you know, not only the women, but also the men in our lives, policy makers, you know. We have to get everyone on board and fight for equal access. We're not saying that we want to take over, but we want just equal access and participation. And I agree with your last one. In fact, I think we should all do that today, that we should celebrate women loudly from the mountaintops. We should actually all do that today in our various social media. Find a way of celebrating a woman in your life and you know, lifting up. So thank you very much, Dr. Anne. That was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed this. I would like to now open the floor to any comments that we might have, any questions that we might have. I see in the comments, there in the chat section, there are comments celebrating you, Dr. Lara, saying this is a great charge. And Elizabeth is saying, thank you for the wonderful and inspiring presentation. And Dr. Oyekan is saying, we need reorientation and change our mindset on girl education. Let's be involved, because together we can achieve more. And I really, really agree with that. So I would like to open the floor to participants. If there is anyone who would like to give a comment, if there is anyone who would like a question, a clarification on how, on Dr. Anne's presentation, I would like to open the floor now for that. Please, you can raise your hand. I will see you and welcome you. Any comment or feedback? Dr. Anne, you can also see the chat.
Dr. Mengo, yes, I have a comment.
Yes, Professor Juliet.
I thank the presenter. Thank you so much, Dr. Anne Lara. I think you said something that as women, we need to consider celebrating each other in all channels that are available, Facebook, Twitter, because what you see often, those of you who are in the media, like myself and Dr. Abena, you know that when we go there, most people don't celebrate women. They don't celebrate anyone. They go there and share information that is toxic. And so long as this continues, the stereotypes will continue. So for me, the beginning point is, what are we saying about each other? Let's go out there. We are celebrating today and support each other and build strengths, see how we can deal with the challenges, mitigating them. And that is why I said in the morning that we have to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. Because when we talk about gender inequality, some people get the perception that you are accusing someone else. Nobody is accusing anyone. But even without being accusative, we need also to act positively to make sure that we can close that gender gap. And what she has suggested for me is something that we should do. This campaign should continue like the whole year, 365 days, not just one 8th of March, so that we build that so that, like for us, when our daughters who are young, who are coming, they find we are already campaigning to make sure that there is gender equality, so that they don't position themselves, because I've seen this as an older person in academia. I have seen even outside academia where the women position themselves, you know, to experience gender inequality. They position themselves. There are things that we do as women that make other people not to see us as the future CEOs, as leaders and all that. And then they pick us and put us in another box, where that box contains everything. Like they only want to think about you. You're in the kitchen, you're carrying a baby, you're cooking. You will do all that and then come out, wear your heels, wear your suit, and go and do something else. So for me, what she has said is something we should start now. If we had not started, let's start today. Promote each other, promote women, promote our roles. Those roles are very important. Somebody must do them. Thank you very much for that presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Juliet. Thank you very much. I would like to also open the floor again. Anyone who has an extra comment to make?
Dr. Oyekon's hand is up. Dr. Oyekon's hand is up.
Yes, Dr. Ekan, please.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I want to say, let's start with celebrating ourselves. If you don't celebrate yourself, you can celebrate others. So look inward yourself. What skill can you improve on? Improve on your skill, celebrate yourself. When you celebrate yourself, then you look within your area of specialization in your organization, identify with the people that are making it and doing well. Then celebrate them too. Don't let us join the club of women pulling down women. Let us pull our hands up. We can start from now, as Professor Juliet said. It should not be March 8th that we celebrate women. Then we should not just listen. Men are doing this, men are doing this. Let us act too. Women, it's time for us to come up and start acting. Then we can ask questions where we need to ask questions. That's where mentorship comes in. And then we should feel free to learn and relearn every day. We should not say we have known it all. Let us learn and relearn. I've gained a lot from all the presentations since morning, and I think I'm very grateful for being a participant this day. Let us reorientate ourselves, as I've said. Let's change our mindset. There's this adage we used to say, what a man can do, a woman can do better. We can do much more than men. We have it. We are the salt. We can spice it. So let's go back to the world of work and spice our world. And I know definitely by this time next year, when we come for such a conference of such a presentation, we'll have so much experience to share. Don't hide your values. Don't hide your talent. Showcase yourself. Let people know what you are doing. Have all the, as Dr. Lara ended her presentation, a success without a successor is a failure. So move on, have spread tentacles. Now we have friends in Karatina and we know we can move to Kenya anytime. So let's move on and let's hold to our networking. This link should continue. And then I think we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oyekan. Thank you so much. I see a hand up from Professor Wanjau. Professor Wanjau, take the floor.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Anne Lara, for that wonderful presentation, and also being a friend to Karatina University. Keep it up. Please get us more friends back at home so that we can continue with this conversation. I would like to ask you this question. How can women use social identity to promote gender equality? Thank you.
Sorry, the line went off. How can, I didn't hear the question right.
How can women use social identity to
Okay.
promote gender equality?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
How can women use social identity to promote gender equality? I believe those people that spoke before have mentioned a few things on this, but I want to say and add to whatever they have said that, you know, when you post anything, Dr. Okwe just mentioned, celebrate yourself. You must know your worth. You must, and every time and each time that you have the opportunity, you know, to be on social media, make sure you know there are some people that are dejected. Some people, they have this low self-esteem of themselves. There are some people that believe they cannot do it. Each time I am discussing with somebody younger than myself, I always tell them, let me tell you, I didn't bring this knowledge from heaven. It was when I got here on this planet Earth that I got to know whatever I am doing. The FC model that we mentioned, FC model means education, planning, policy simulation model. With that model, you can calculate in the next 50 years what resources you will need, material resources, human resources, financial resources that you will need in your educational system. That was the kind of knowledge that we were taught. I didn't bring it from heaven. I got to learn it here. I got to know it. So when we in the social media, keep on encouraging people, because I tell you the truth, so many people are going through a lot. So each time I have the opportunity to meet with people, whether physically or on social media, I use my WhatsApp status a lot, and I post things that edify, things that encourages people that you can come out of it. You can be what God has proposed for your life. You can do what you want to do, especially good things and great things. You people must learn how to have vision for their lives. And I always tell people, don't allow your situation to limit you. Because if you allow your situation to limit you, you get nowhere. I myself that is speaking and discussing with you today, I will have dropped out in the secondary school. In secondary school, from 4, I will have dropped out of secondary school. But I told my parents, I can't afford to do this. I cannot. It will not pay me. It will not pay you as my parents. And they rallied around. Only 1 year, only that 1 year when I was in Form 4, we paid another school fees. How they got to get the money through struggling, I may not be able to say. But as God will have it, when I got to Form 5 in 1979, when I got to Form 5, my dear sisters, free education policy came in our own part of Nigeria. And that was the free education I used to finish my secondary school education, to go to the tertiary institution for the 3 years college of education. Are you getting me? So these are issues. People are going through a lot. Use your circle of influence well. Influence them positively. Let them know that there is a better tomorrow for those that will not give up. If they give up today, they can't see that better tomorrow. Tell them, let people have this mind that I can do all things. That's what the scripture says. Philippians chapter 4, verse 13. That has always been my motto. I can do all things. And I ask them, all means what? They tell you all means everything. All things. I can do all things through Christ who strengtheneth me. There is strengthening that comes from within. And without that strength coming from within, you go nowhere. You must learn how to motivate yourself. Tell them, even if your parents are, we have seen children of rich people that are dropping out of schools. If their own is not about, they don't have the money. But when you don't have this self-motivation, then you go nowhere. So please use your social identity, your social environment, your social media to please promote and encourage people. I live a life of encouraging people. I call myself, by God's grace, and I am an encourager. I want to encourage you, even when you think you cannot do it. When my children are doing exam, I tell them, this exam, you are born to be an eagle. You were not born to be what? To be a chicken. An eagle soars. A chicken goes through the rubbish of life. I keep on telling them, you were born an eagle. You were born to win. You cannot afford. So this has been my lifestyle, and I believe if we all go, this way, we will be able to bring in more of our guests, especially those ones that believe, well, if I drop out, I will go and marry. And I tell them, if you go and marry, the husband that I got to marry wouldn't have been the husband that I would have married if I had dropped out of secondary school. Because my husband that happened to be a barrister wouldn't have married a secondary school dropout. Sure, you understand. Thank you so very much. I hope it makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anne. Thank you so much for answering that. And I think I am reflecting everyone's sentiments when I say this has been a very good session. I appreciate you, and importantly, I celebrate you as well. Thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, I would like to hand over the session to the next chair so that she may be able to introduce the next speaker and we move along. Dr. Beatrice Ombaka, kindly take over for the next session. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Menko. So good afternoon to everyone. And I want to take this opportunity to wish all of us a very happy International Women's Day. I'm so happy to be part of these celebrations. And as everyone else has said, I know we are all learning a lot, and I'm learning a lot. So I want to take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker. And our next speaker's name is Dr. Teresa Mutahi. Dr. Teresa Mutahi is an associate instructional professor, the associate director, and the undergraduate coordinator for the cross-college biology major offered by the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences and the College of Agricultural Life Sciences at the University of Florida in the United States of America. She is a graduate of the University of Florida's Leadership Academy for Emerging Leaders and a member of the University of Florida Leadership Network. She is also a co-chair of the University of Florida's Fairness and Equity in Assessments Task Force, charged to review faculty, staff, students, and applicants' assessment. Dr. Mutahi is a passionate educator who was born in Mukurweini, Kenya, in Nyeri, Kenya. She completed her bachelor's degree in Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences from Moi University, Chekoilel campus, Kenya, now known as University of Eldoret. Dr. Mutahi later completed a Master's of Science degree in Biology and a doctorate degree in Science and Mathematics Education from Southern University and A&M College in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, United States of America. Among other awards earned by Dr. Mutahi is the International Academy Advising Award, NACADA, Certificate of Merit of Outstanding New Faculty Advisor Award 2021, Primary Advising Role by the National Academic Advising Association, NACADA, for Excellence in Teaching, Innovation, and Academic Advising. She was also awarded the university's Faculty Advisor of the Year Award and the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences Faculty Advisor of the Year Award in the year 2019-2020. So ladies and gentlemen, please let me help me in welcoming Dr. Teresa Mutahi to speak on the topic, Leaders in Action, Disrupting the Status Quo. Welcome, Dr. Ari.
Asante sana. How is everyone? I hope you're having a good time. So here it's nighttime, and I am so honored to be able to join you today, to be able to speak with you and celebrate and reflect on International Women's Day. So thank you. So when I looked over today's program, it brought up memories of my young beginnings. So I am a graduate of Moi University, right now called the University of Eldoret, Kenya. And on the program, I could be able to recognize a few names, and they are all associated with Moi University, but now they are in Karatina University. So I could see Dr. Helen Warugu. If you cannot remember me, you taught me zoology at Moi University, Chepkoilel. So I also recognized the other names as I was communicating with the chair who is organizing the program, Professor Juliet Macharia. And even though I have never met her in person, or she did not teach me, I could remember my roommates. We shared rooms when I was in college. 4 of us shared a room. And I could remember them ask, leo tunaenda klasi ya nani? And for those who don't understand Swahili, I think we have a few people from Nigeria and from Uganda. They were asking, which class are we going to this morning? And I could hear them, yeah, we are going to Professor Macharia's class that morning. So I knew her name, even though I never attended her classes. I also noted a few names that I could recognize. Your current Vice Chancellor for Karatina, Professor Mushai Mushiri, and also Professor Charles Ngugi, who was also my lecturer when I was there at Moi University. He taught me fisheries. Professor Ngugi taught me aquatic fisheries and aquaculture. So these memories bring me joy. And when I got the invitation, I was happy to come and join you. And it's such a great honor this morning to be able to join you all the way from Gainesville, Florida, to celebrate and reflect on how far we have come. So having said that, we have seen our great women like Dr. Helen Warugu, who is here. I believe she could not recognize me if we met in the streets. But you represented and spoke to me as a woman by your presence in a science field. Today, I am a biologist, and you taught me zoology, and I learned botany as well. So what am I trying to say? I would like us to reflect and think about the power of representation. Representation brings a lot of validation for women. When we have a lot of women representatives in all our spaces, for example, in academia, the example I just gave, this gave us and gave me a validation to know that I could become, I could go higher as a woman in STEM. So how are we leveraging this? Because this brings me to the question, as we reflect on technology and innovation and how we can leverage this for gender equality, I have a question. So how are we making this field more representative? So our young girls can see themselves at the national level, so they can see themselves in our institutions, in our lecture halls. How are we making it more representative? So that's one of my questions for the day. So I therefore submit to you, my dear participants, and particularly our governments, leaders, and even our leaders in various institutions, that we need to give our younger women, who are younger girls, more representation in technology, in innovation, in our nation, in our institutions, so that they can be able to connect, get validated, and desire to be, an innovator, to desire to be that person that they can see. So what are we doing about it so far? So another question that I would like to pose today, I think I will be asking you more questions than speaking to you. So what are we currently doing to build our capacity for our girls and our women? So what are we doing? At the national level, what are our engagements? What are our policies? What are our practices? What support do we have? What resources are we putting into this? We can speak about it, but what actions are we doing? How do we change the narrative that Africa lags behind in terms of technological advancement? What is it that we are doing to change that? Now, I wanted to remind you something small about Japan. So Japan is the world's powerhouse for innovation and technology. Now, this did not just come to be from nowhere. There are two secrets that made it a powerhouse. And so far, actually, Japan has the highest number of Nobel laureates, actually at least 27 Nobel laureates. They are very innovative. They are the second only to the United States, which leads in the Nobel laureates. But what can we learn from them? What can we borrow? And how could we apply it to our context, whether in Kenya, Nigeria, or Uganda, depending on where you're coming from? There are two tenets that really support or that is found in the culture of Japan. And one of them is hard work. I don't know whether you're aware, but they are so focused that many people have been said to die while at work because they will not leave until they finish whatever they are trying to do. I'm not saying we should die in our offices, but what I'm saying is we need to invest and be more focused in making this to happen. It doesn't just happen. The other secret to Japan's success is the amount of investment and infrastructure, especially in research. They have invested millions and millions of dollars over years since 1932. They have an institution with the scientific and technological advancements, supporting researchers and innovators and new technologies and robots and all these new things that we see. And so, coming to our nation, how much resources are we setting aside as a nation? Whatever nation you come from, in the case of Kenya, how much resources are we setting aside to support innovation? We have institutions, we have KEMRI, we have KEMFRI, and any other innovative body or research institution. How much support are we giving to these institutions? So according to the Presidential Council of Advisors for President Obama, one of the things that they say that if we want to chart and advance quickly, we need to leverage technology and innovation. And in that area, we still lag behind. So what are we doing in terms of capacity building? How are we building our girls? How are we building our women in the nation and inside our institution, in academia? What support do we have? So according to the law of diffusion of innovation, it is said that about 2.5% of the people in a population are innovators. So assuming that we also fall into this bracket, that in Kenya we have about 2.5 people who have the ability to innovate. So what becomes of that group? How are we supporting them? They might not necessarily have the resources to be able to innovate. But my question to you and to those leading our institutions is that how are we supporting this innovation? If I discover a medicine or a new medical device or a new app, how are we supporting this in our institutions? How are we leveraging and taking that and supporting it so that it can be realized and it can go to the market? There is a gap between the ideas and getting to the market. This is an area that is of interest to me. Well, it's no wonder. I have a training in technology transfer and patenting. And when I went through the program, I got to learn a lot of things that there's a lot of money and resources involved, and that's why I'm asking, what are we doing in our institutions? We need to be able to protect those ideas. We might not have the resources. I also happen to be a wife to a husband who has about 13 patents. They are expensive. On average, it's about $12,000 because you need a good lawyer to be able to protect your innovation. Well, can he be able to pay all this amount of money from his pocket? If we have an innovator in Kenya, in Karatina, who has an idea, how are we supporting these ideas to be realized into the market? So that is the question. I can tell you for a fact that he would not have been able to patent and to have all these patents to his portfolio and about 46 patents that are pending without the support of institutions. So this is an area that I wanted us to be able to think about. I have been following the news and I realized that a lot of institutions have been asked to generate income, to look for money, to be able to support the institutions rather than waiting for the government. And actually, I agree with the idea that we could do other things. It doesn't mean that the government is off the hook. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is the institutions can be able to leverage innovation as a way of earning income to support their own institutions. And this is how they can do it. So I can tell you for a fact that from a personal experience of a husband who has patented, 70% of his patented products belong to the institution. He owns 30%. There is a sharing ratio that allows them, I don't have this money to be able to put all these thousands of dollars to a patent, one of them, to be able to do all these clinical trials on this medicine or on this medical device that I've been able to discover. But the support of the institutions have enabled and helped in the technological advancement. So you will find that in a majority of institutions, we have the Office of Technology Transfer, and that is one of the areas that in academia I would like us to think more about, putting more resources there. It is one of the areas, as you look for resources to support higher education, that is one of the areas that you can be able to earn more money as the ideas go into the market. There is an income and resources that come from there. In other words, what I am saying is, as you well know, most wealth is owned by men. So if I have an idea and I have to patent it and I need like $12,000 for one patent, is about, at the current dollar rate, is about 1.5 million. Do you think I can be able to patent and be able to move on to the next level and develop this product to the market? It is very clear that I would need some support, whether I'm a man or a woman. And this is where institutions become equalizers, because most men have more wealth. They might be able to support some of the ideas and open companies and be able to leverage and move on. However, as women, it's well on record, we have less money and less wealth. And therefore, if we are able to have a lot of support to innovate in our institution, that becomes an equalizer, whether it's at KEMRI or KEMFRI, or whether it's at the Karatina University or Moi or Uganda, whichever university you are, we need a support system to be able to encourage all these devices, all these technologies, all these new apps. How do they remove them from ideas, carry them, try them? It's a long, tedious process that takes years until they go into the market. So to conclude, I would like to say that we need to be action-oriented leaders, not only at the national level, to support our institutions so that they can be able to support our innovators. For example, I can tell you one of the ways that I've seen the government support an innovator like my husband. The CDC has been able to take some of his medicines that have been patented and they are trying them on monkeys free of charge. So those are some of the ways that the government can be able to support them, because all these kinds of trials and trials on animals, they cost a lot of money that the innovator cannot be able to do. They take medical devices from those who have medical devices. They have a whole body that supports all these innovators, because technology is expensive. So if you're talking about technology, if you're talking about innovation, we need money, we need resources. And as you know, our population does not have money. And this is where we need the government to help us. We need institutions to get ideas, to support their people, to be able to take those ideas into the market. So my question is, are we investing the resources, like money, getting the right policies to be able to patent? You know what? A lot of our technology is stolen from Africa, from Kenya, because we have not been able to correctly support protection of new ideas. It's an expensive process. Also, for some people, it's not clear how to go about the process. And this is an area that we may want to look into if we are going to catch up with the other world in getting more technologically advanced, if we are going to be where these other nations are in the future. And I can tell you, we do have the ability. We do have the ability. I've just given you an example of one of us from Kenya who has been a leader in producing many technologies due to the environment provided, the support that is provided. So I do believe deep within me that we do have the ability, we do have a lot of ideas. However, we do need to have support from our institutions. So I am sending you home with thoughts, discussions, what can we do? And thank you so much. I'll be happy to welcome questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutahi, for that excellent presentation. Indeed, I celebrate you. I take the cue from Dr. Anne from Nigeria, who said that we need to celebrate our fellow women. And I want to celebrate you, Dr. Mutahi, for the academic exploits and your achievements in academia. Indeed, in your bio, I saw that you have received awards of excellence in a foreign country, a faraway country, and that just points to excellence and a lot of hard work from you. And so I thank you for your presentation. And in your presentation, I pick up a few things that point out to you, even after many years, celebrating and acknowledging the women who have made you whom you are. And I join you in celebrating Helen, who is one of our lecturers in Karatina University. And I join you also in celebrating Professor Ngugi, Professor Mushai Mushiri, our Vice Chancellor, and Professor Macharia Juliet. And so you have actually alluded to institutions and governments being action-oriented in helping in the field of innovation. And as you have correctly said, that innovations take a lot of money. You have to invest in innovations and technology. And I want to call upon institutions like universities and our governments as a whole. We had our chief guest, who is the advisor to the president, that we need to see more money coming to this area of innovation and technology. And indeed, when we invest in technology and innovation is when we will come from being a third world country to a first world country. And I like what you said about Japan, the spirit of hard work. If as women and girls, we are able to work hard and put in a lot of effort. I like the way Dr. Ann says that she wouldn't have even finished her high school, but she kept on working hard, looking for where to get even money to finish her high school. So as women and girls, we need also to put in a lot of hard work. We will not receive all this on a silver platter. We need to put in a very hard work. And lastly, I like the question you asked. What are we doing to make girls and women more represented in the in academia and in the field of STEM? And so, even as a country, with the CBC, we are also focusing on STEM, and I hope that in the near future, we will have gender equality in the field of sciences and technology, because our girls will have been encouraged to join these fields. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome everyone in the who has been in attendance to this presentation. If you have any reactions, if you have any questions, if you want any points of clarifications, the floor is open, and I know Dr. Mutahi will be able to answer you. Welcome, everyone. You can raise your hand. You can put your comments on the chat. I will be able to read them out. Welcome, everyone.
As we wait for comments, Dr. Umbaka, we are live on YouTube. When you are talking, please switch on your camera so that we can see who is speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Oyekan says, wonderful presentation. Dr. Lydia Siko, thank you, Dr. Teresa. For that insightful. Dr. Teresa Mutahi.
Now, Chair, through the chair, I would like to ask something from Dr. Teresa Mutahi about the question. I want to return the question to her now in a more specific way. As we're looking at how women and girls can be represented in STEM, we've seen the encouragement that is, that a lot of encouragement is being given. I remember last month, we celebrated International Day of Women and Girls in Science, and it was a very good event. I wanted to find out, what about the US? What is being done? I'm throwing the question back so that we know what is happening here, so that Teresa can tell us, this is what we're doing to close the gender gap. Because what we said is the GT-all, innovation and technology for gender equality. If this is a country with advanced democracy, what is happening? So can our speaker tell us a bit so that we also know what we are going to do here to try to bridge, to make that gap small?
Thank you, Professor Macharia. That is a very good question. Now, I mean, having grown up in Kenya and now being here, one of the things that I can pick up is the education curriculum. I know there's a lot of discussions right now about the CBC, whether it's good, there's those for and those against. But in terms of the curriculum, that is a very important component because it builds the foundation. I can tell you that they do have a program, one of the things that I identified, of which my son is a part of, once they realize that a child is talented and gifted, and therefore they are likely to innovate, they are doing coding, though he's still young, they will place them in a curriculum that allows them and allows their mind to be able to innovate and think and be creative and create things. So I think that immersion allows them to start getting creative at a very early age. So in some institutions, they have like the Innovation Academy, where they have students who are highly talented. Well, they will do the IQ test, that's the beginning, and they can be able to tell that we need to support this student in a certain way. And after that, then they are able to support them and engage them. In fact, it's at that point that I learned when I was in school, we had these students who were very, very noisy. They would do their math, they would do their work, and then they are very noisy, always making noise. But when they came to class, they were number one, number two. They were doing very well, but they are always disturbing other kids. And I came to learn with the time as I went through the education program as well, is that some of the gifted and talented children, they will finish their work first. How are we engaging them? And a part that I'm happy about the CBC curriculum is the practice, is the innovative and hands-on approach that they are trying to instill in the students. They need to be more engaged because they think quickly, they do things very fast, and they finish and they start bothering everybody in class. So one of the ways that I've seen they have been able to have a different classroom so that those children who can disturb others who are taking their time to learn and understand material are also able to have a chance to take their time, because each of them, they have their strengths. Another thing that I do see is the exposure. The exposure at an early age also supports that, that young children can be able to code. He can do things I can't do, even though he is in a 5th grade right now. He can code. There are things he can do that I cannot probably do, or that I could not do, but they have learned all this from school. So I think there is also a component of our education, because it's not me as a parent. He is learning a lot of this from the school. So I think our education system is one of the most influential instruments that needs not to be politicized. It needs to be really looked at if you are going to produce, quality and educated people who are going to be innovators. If we want them to be hands-on, if we want them to be thinkers, then we'll need to pull away from the regurgitation where you just come and tell me a DNA is this and this and this and this, but I would like you to go further and be able to critically think, critically build, critically challenge. So I think we are already making a step into that from the education, even though there are a few challenges here and there, but I think it looks like the mind is in the right place, but we haven't gotten there yet, but we will with the right resources. When it comes to the implementation, I think also I'll bring the government. People have said the government cannot do everything for you, but I must confess that there are some things like infrastructure that cannot be done by individuals. In as much as I have my own individual role as a person to support my son, I can't teach him coding. I don't know how to do it. But if they have trained, highly qualified teachers, then they are able to inspire these students to be very creative and innovative in their classrooms, and also in the future, they have that critical mind that always solves problems, a problem-solving kind of a curriculum, rather than the one that, label the parts of an insect. The small, moving away from labeling to critically thinking. I think that is one of the ways that we can invest. Our education system is highly run by the government, even though we do have private sectors. They support the schools by giving them enough technology like computers, real computers, and they have sessions where they go do coding. If this cannot be done by a parent, that's why I still throw a very heavy role by the government, because parents cannot be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mutahi, for that comprehensive answer. Indeed, it's good to hear and know that with the CBC program, we are, as a nation, we are in the right direction. So from the chat, Dr. Alice Kamau says, thank you for the great presentation. And because of time, if there are no other questions from the floor, I take this opportunity to thank you, Professor Mutahi, all the way from the United States of America, for taking your time and giving us that wonderful presentation. So over to you, Professor Juliet Macharia.
Thank you, Dr. Umbaka. I think we should be handing over to the person who is supposed to ask whether there are, questions. Lydia, where are you? Lydia Asiko. Hello.
Yes, I'm here, Prof.
I think the next session is the question answer. Hello.
Yes, I hear you, Prof. I was going through the chat session, and I didn't pick any, and so I stand guided. Would we want the participants to just unmute and bring out their questions then? Kindly advise.
Well, I think most of the questions have been addressed as we proceeded.
Yes.
If there are no questions at this point, I think the best thing is to go straight to the panel discussion, because the panel discussion is actually going to address some of those questions, and the participants can ask questions that will be discussed by the panel. That is why we're having this at the end of the presentations. And if at the end the panel has not still addressed one, it can still be asked again. I think that's what we can do in the interest of time.
Yes.
Yeah, we're still here. So I think the best thing is to hand over to the person doing panel discussion. And I remember the speakers were introduced by the DVC in the morning. She read out where each one of them is. And I think we have been interacting with them. So I think we can go straight to the panel discussion. Yeah, so the person handling the panel discussion, I think, can take over. Celia, I think I saw Celia early in the day. Yeah, she's here. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Juliet Macharia. First, I want to acknowledge you, most importantly, for inviting me. Just like my former colleague, I'm a Moi University alumni, but probably we didn't meet because we were probably there different years. Professor Juliet actually lectured me some many years back, and I'm happy we are still in this bandwagon of communication and advocacy work and doing a good job at it. Thank you so much, Professor. I don't know if I sound clear. I have a bit of a cold I'm battling, but just to reintroduce myself, my name is Celia Kadhambi. I'm a co-founder of a communication and advocacy company called ICA. We do a lot of development, media, and communication work with a lot of bias towards media, children, and health promotion. I'm also a board member at the Association of Media Women in Kenya, an entrepreneur, a mother, and many, many other hats. So I'm very, very, very excited to be here. Very proud and humbled to be invited to moderate the panel. I believe, like Professor Juliet said, they've already been introduced. So I will open the floor now for discussions. Maybe just before they come on board, I would want to just kick off the conversation. I've learned so much today from the previous speakers, so much. A lot of things that I did not know. And a lot of things were ringing in my mind, especially to do with the theme of this year. And I'll just open the floor with the first question to the panelists, and then I encourage the people attending to please start writing your questions. This is the opportunity to get expert advice, comments, suggestions from our panelists. So my question to open the panel discussion, and I hope I don't know if all the panelists are present, Professor Juliet. I can't tell on my side.
I think we can check whether they're here. I had seen
Maybe
Father
you can call
Bukeye
them out.
Margaret Wamboi, Dr. Kinyua is here. Then Dr. Oyekon is here. She's been very active. Then Dr. Lynette from Michigan University, Western Michigan, is she here? Dr. Lynette? Well, I think the others they are here, so we'll find out whether Lynette is here. Yeah, I think when we know the ones who were there, I think you can continue with them. Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of eye-opening information, especially towards the word, which is what I'll focus on, equity and equality. There was a discussion around women and equality and access and whatnot. But then this year's theme says, if you allow me to read again, dig it all. And I like the discussion around dig it all, the presentation, innovation and technology for gender equality. But then we have our hashtag that talks about equity, embracing equity this year. We've had a lot of discussions about why women have not been able to have access equal to men in terms of education, competency gaps, policy that are not gender responsive and what have you. But when I was listening to the presentations, I felt the need of us to discuss the distinct difference between equality and equity. The world seems now to say for true inclusion, we should move towards equity. Equity recognizes that not everyone has the same we're all born or within different circumstances. So maybe say having access to computers for everybody doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to equal to success. So my question for the panelists is maybe taking us into an in-depth of the really difference between equality, they're both important, and equity, and how that we can tie it to the theme of this year. How do we ensure through equity that we have balanced gender, prosperity? Maybe even a bit of practical examples like we've gotten in our presentation. So over to you, panelists. And again, I think I saw one question earlier that I shall ask later, also in the chat box. But I'm looking out for more questions. If also you want to put up your hand and be heard, I encourage you to do so. So over to the panelists. I think I saw a few hands up. I don't know if my former lecturer, also Dr. Lynette Lusike, is present. Yes, Dr. Opeyemi Oyekan, you want to take over? Karibu sana.
Good morning. Thank you very much. And digital means everybody can do it, both male and female. I think that is it. And from what Dr. Lara said initially in her presentation and what others have said so far, it is the responsibility for all. That's my belief. It's the responsibility for all. Gender equality means that everybody has individual rights and responsibility, and the opportunity does not debar either male or female. So it is equal rights, equal bite, equal share. While gender equity means the treatment we give ourselves. And I think we have been charged a lot that we should not lower the girl child. We should not lower the women in the society on the treatment, on the job to do and what not to do. So if we look at Africa generally, we feel men can do it because they have 9 bones and females have 7 bones or whatever, or ribs. But now for the equity, it means everybody can do it regardless. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that is my own perspective, that equality is responsibility for all, and then equity is giving fair treatment in time of rights and responsibility. And you discover that from my own perspective, when we do that, then there will be increase in efficiency. We will not wait that if the man doesn't come, then the work will not go on. For example, I think the first or the second presentation was talking about media and gender. And she gave some examples on if somebody wants to do something, I'll call my colleague in the media who is a male to assist in 1 or 2 things. But if we want efficiency, increase in efficiency and productivity, the treatment should be given equally and the responsibility should be equally. There should be a leverage for both of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Epiemi. Anybody else from the panelists who wants to add on to the discussion of equity versus equality and how we can ensure that we are headed towards that? Yes, Luanga Bukenya. Dr. Luanga Bukenya, the floor is yours. The Dean of Students.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Syria Kazambi. Equity, the way I understand it also has to do with the sense of justice, but I think it brings some amount of proportionality. It does exposed to what we need, but depending on what each individual needs. Now, of course, when it comes to gender equality means that as you explained, that all have to have similar kind of respect based on the fact that we are all human beings sharing the same dignity, and we share the same kind of rights that are the inalienable rights, and no one treated like less than the other in any circumstances, whether at the macro stage of family or village level, or at the macro stage of the globe. I don't know that you are hearing the music from the background. That is the various groups of students celebrating in the compound. Yeah, so whereas both of them, we need them. We need that each need get what they need, and if the need increases, they can also get more. That the opportunities are always there for everyone to get whatever they need, and that where it becomes a sense of injustice may come in is where things like culture are cited to downplay the needs of an individual. For example, we have certain cultural practices, which I mean, definitely here in our traditional, also in many African communities, we do cite culture, and because we have the way Africa has developed, we have advanced in the globalization, but at the same time, we have remained tied to our traditional ways, so that we have both the old, which still pulls us down into thinking the old model that take a woman backward, and then we have sorry, I thought that I had been cut off. Yeah, so we have the old, which sometimes quite often downplays the needs for equality and also equity. So that's why we have got practices that are generally unfavorable to the girl child and to the women, and be more favorable to the men, and eventually we get the various kinds of justices. A day like this, when we celebrate International Women's Day, is very important for every individual to get access to this information. But unfortunately, it's only a minority, I think, a minority of the world who are celebrating the Women's Day. Majority of the people are in their gardens or gardening in their pastures, in their businesses. So we are missing out an opportunity of getting the needed access to information. That's what I could say for now.
Thank you so much. In fact, as you've talked about people in their workplaces and not everybody knows, and that was actually tied to a question that was asked by one of the attendants, that as a chief guest was speaking, she thought of the rural women who not only may not have access to technology, have no idea that it's International Women's Day. And her question was, how How do you think, what are the ways we can reach these rural women? I know one of our speakers talked of celebrating through Twitters and what, they don't have all this. What are the other effects? What are the ways we are moving forward? How do we reach these rural women so that we are able to celebrate International Women's Day and make it known to everybody, women and men alike?
Maybe before I hand over the microphone, I could actually answer the question using our system here in Uganda.
Yes.
Very interestingly, when in 1986, President Museveni introduced a very interesting system that has to do with the local council system. It's the LOC system, local council system, where we have got local council 1, local council 2, local council 3, local council 4, 5, and then member of parliament. So that it is very easy to communicate information to everybody in the country using that system. That a voice comes from whichever ministry, goes through the administration, goes to the parish administration, and then to the village, and then eventually to the local village, to the individual families. Very easy. But what amazes me is that despite its beauty, this system is not working. It is a very good system for communication, information from top to down, and also from down up to maybe to the top. But incidentally, you find the people still don't know things like, for example, here in Uganda, we have got the Uganda Vision 2040, a very powerful statement that is everybody supposed to uplift everybody's optimism and enthusiasm to work and to commit themselves to values of technology, values of industrialization, economic development, equality, respect for environment, in all its aspects and so on. You come to ask a member of like LC1, have you ever heard of Uganda Vision 2040? And said, no, what are you talking about? So I don't know. And sometimes we feel that the systems are supposed to be used by the people, by our governments actually. And they have the power, we have the power to do this, but they're not working. So unfortunately, so you can know Women's Day, this is the theme, and it's celebrated also at the local council level, at the village level. So sorry, I am answering a question, but at the same time I'm raising dilemmas. It's a very difficult
in a quagmire.
Quagmire. Thank you.
Thank you so much, so much. We love Uganda. Personally, I almost relocated there. Mr. Kumar, do you want to say something? Can you hear me? Sonu Kumar, journalist. Okay. I cannot see questions on the chat. Do you have any other panelists who would like to contribute to the conversation around access to technology? Maybe from Dr. Opeyemi, how can we do that better for our women in the rural areas? In Nigeria, is it?
In Nigeria, access to technology in the rural areas has to be improvisation. We have to take it to them there, and then you improvise. Let's take, for example, the use of laptops to train and to do some things. They might not have electricity.
Yes.
There can be epileptic power supply and some things. How to use maybe flip charts, whiteboards, and some other things to improvise in order for them to move on. And as technology improves in the rural area, you bring these materials, these gadgets to them in the rural area and train them on it. So for the rural areas, you have to do training periodically so that they can move and get abreast with the global standard and what is happening in the society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Kumar. We've been requested one more time to switch on our cameras. I can't see anybody else's hand who is up. Could we kindly switch on our cameras? And as we switch on, I think we have really had deep discussions that were very exhaustive and informative. I would call upon everybody. I think you know how to do the clap on Zoom. Then don't forget to remove it. Thanks for those who are switching on. Yes, Asante Sana, Dr. Teresa. Could we give a round of applause to everybody who has spoken today before we get to a Q&A session in the interest of time? If you want to clap physically, but then we have the icon for clap on Zoom. Thank you, Vincent. Alice Kamau, I appreciate. Clap, switch on your cameras, please, for us to take a final photo before the Q&A session. Thank you so much. I see so many people switching on, and it will just be for a few seconds. Thank you, Professor Macharia, Dr. Opiemi, Sheila Wakwabi. You can tell us when we are good to go to take the photo. Then I will hand over the session to Professor Macharia. We are still quite a number of us. If you could kindly switch on your camera for about 30 seconds, then you can switch it off again. Thank you for those who are clapping at the chat. I'm a bit under the weather, but I really sang along with the ladies who volunteered to sing. It's truly a day for celebration. Happy Women's Day to all the women in the house. You're all looking so beautiful. Are we good?
Yeah, Celia, before we go, I think we've had so much, we've learned quite a lot. And I thought, like, for example, when we were trying to activate the discussion of gender equality and equity, there is a presenter here who gave us the distinction of what it is. So I would like us to revisit, like, what it is, because when you're talking about digital innovation and technology for gender equality, could they read, this is directly from the global theme given by the UN, could it have read digital innovation and technology for gender equity? So the presenter who is here should be able to look at it again. You saw the slides that were on the screen. So that when we are going home, we celebrated women, we are also clear about what it is that we are talking about. Because more often than not, you find there's like a misunderstanding when we say equality and equity. And any other person who has something else that they would want to add to this discussion. That is why I said in the morning, this is not a big academic papers. We are celebrating each other, we are celebrating women, and at the same time, learning. So we can return this before we conclude to the floor or to the screen, so that if there's something that needs to be asked or discussed or commented, we do it at this point. We are still within time. And I thought our expert in STEM, I saw our expert in STEM, she was here, I saw her on the screen. Dr. Margaret Kenywa. I'd seen her somewhere.
Professor.
Yes,
Prof.
Yeah, I saw you some time ago and you've not spoken.
I'm here, Prof. Thank you.
Can we hear your voice?
Yes, thank you. Happy Women's Day to all of us in the house and all those who are watching us over the whole world. Let me just add my voice to Dr. Bena's presentation, the digital and digital. It was wonderful. And for every other person who has presented, we appreciate. This has been a very informative session, and we are learning a lot. Dr. Benna touched on artificial intelligence and talked about the small percentage of especially women who are involved in that area. But looking into what is this that brings about the gender-based digital exclusion, I would say basically it's because of skills and competencies. Looking at the technology area, the basic skills that are required for anyone, whether a girl or a woman, to venture into that career or that field, is that you must be well versed with basic ICT skills together with mathematics. And we would say that we have a problem when it comes to performance in mathematics among our girls and women, starting from even the very lower levels of education. So my take on this is, as much as we continue to encourage our women to compete favorably in either areas of leadership, in the STEM-based careers, they must do well in mathematics. As much as they will be able to compete in other areas, mathematics is a common denominator to all of us. And therefore, we need to maybe have an opportunity where we can mentor them and try to show them the need to venture or to perform well in that subject. Why? Because looking at specifically what is the main objective or the main goals of teaching mathematics is so that a student or a learner will be able to think critically and be analytical when you are solving problems. So if they do not acquire that skill from the early ages of schooling, then we expect that they will get challenges as they go up. So my take is that we take an opportunity as who are already beyond there. And I was looking at it, and as I celebrate even our DVC with a woman, I also celebrate the women that we have, and especially even our chief guest today. I believe each one of us has a story to tell of the many challenges that you faced before you arrived where you are, but you were able to make breakthroughs. One of us, or one of the speakers, saying that we don't have to be treated differently to be able to attain or to be able to compete favorably. What we need to do is to be encouraged from our early ages that we can still make it. It can be better tomorrow than today, like Dr. I think it's Dr. Anna who said it, that it will be better tomorrow than today. But that starts from our early age. So if only we can get opportunities, us who has already gone through those stages, to encourage our young children, the girls, that they still have a mind, they have an intellect that is capable of acquiring the skills that are also acquired by the boys equivalently. So that is my take. Maybe I can first stop there as we continue with the dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. I think I first saw the hand up of Dr. Teresa Mutahi. You want to dive into the conversation? The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. I am enjoying the discussion. And so when it comes to equity, I really like throwing questions. So I am going to throw another one. So when we think about equity, we live in a society in Kenya, in Uganda, Nigeria, in Africa in general. Our income levels are lower. And so I have a question. So how do we leverage, how do we support students who are coming from these backgrounds to be able to be like the picture that I was just displayed? It's like you're giving them few steps, you're kind of trying to push them up. So one of the things that I've seen is that for the most part, what we do, those who are well-to-do, we take our students to a group of schools, to the international schools or abroad. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think our parents really value education, that they are willing to give everything. But the question is, is there anything we can do? What about the students who have nobody who can be able to do that? How do we remember innovation is not about which family you come from. So we could have innovators that are dropping out of school. And maybe they're the ones who would have found a cure for cancer at some point in life, or made this medical device that would have made something easy. But what do we do as a community to support those who don't have that kind of support?
Wow, that's an interesting perspective you brought here. I would like to invite Dr. Ngusola and Lara.
Yeah, thank you, Celia. I just want to add to the discussion on equity. Equity is about fairness. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Equity is about fairness, be fair to women and men. So when you talk in terms of gender equity, you are looking at how are we fair? How fair are we? Are you getting it? And to ensure this equity, we are coming from different backgrounds. I give you an example in Nigeria here. Education is free at the basic level. Even though it is free, some girls are not going. So if we are talking in terms of equity, we are not going to say, okay, what are the measures? What are the measures? What are the strategies that we can put in so that these girls that are not going to school will start going to school? And to do that, there is what is called conditional cash transfer program. What is it about? The conditional cash transfer is given to poor families that have girls that are not going to school. And because these girls are being used for economic benefits by their parents, because they send them to sell, you know, we call it child labor. But to them, that's the only way they have to survive. So to stop that, to stop these girls from, you know, hawking or words or serving as housemaids, government came up with the help of some international development partners, came up to say, okay, if you release your girls to us to go to school, we will give you this amount of money. So that will take care of their poverty, so that these girls cannot come to school, access education. Yes, you have made access to be open to everybody, but there are some other historical and social challenges that are not making them to access this education. So the conditional cash transfer comes in, and so if you give your daughter, you release your daughter to attend school, we are going to give you maybe 5,000 naira at the end of the term. If this girl, so we also have in some states, okay, the girls are dropping out to go and marry. Oh, if you finish your education, if you finish your senior secondary education, we will celebrate you. We'll give you this. We'll do that. This to me is working. These are strategies to ensure equity. The boys, they don't need this gingering in some cases. And in some parts of our country, some boys also drop out. So in such states, we encourage their leaders to also do what? To ginger them. So I call it gingering them. You ginger them to see beyond today, to see a better future ahead of them. So for you to do this, you need to put some strategies in place so that you cannot ensure equity. Equity is about fairness. You are giving us schools. Yes, we agree that you are giving us schools. You are making access. No, you open access. But there are so many reasons why I will not go. For moreover, in some schools, there are no toilets. Do you know some of our girls are dropping out of school because there are no toilets? Because again, that is under a period, we want to change our pad, our menstrual pad, and there is no toilet. You know, as simple as say availability of toilet in schools are making some girls to drop out of school. And so when you're not talking in terms of equity, because a boy can just stroll to the corner of the school and do it and win. But you, myself, you yourself and myself as ladies, we can't do that. I know you, I remember when we were traveling, you know, in my place of work, most of the time, those of us that are girls, we call ourselves girls. I'm girl child number one. Okpe is as our own number two. So the girls among us, we will not go inside. We want to wee along the road. We will not go inside the bush to do this. But whereas our male counterpart, they will just stand by the roadside and they are done. So when you talk in terms of in terms of equity, you are talking in terms of fairness. We have maybe two people. One is two feet tall. Another one is 3 feet tall. Three people. Another one is 5 feet tall. If you give us equal access, I will still be my 2 feet tall. But in fairness, you raise me up to the level that I could be at par. The strategies you will now use will depend on where you are picking me from. So to me, that's equity. Thank you so much.
Just before you go away, if I've understood you right,
yeah,
are you then saying that we've made a bit of great strides as far as equality is concerned, access, but we need now to focus more on the strategy so that it can be able to be impactful? So
great,
yeah,
great.
Fantastic. That goes back to Professor Macharia and saying, then should have we said, you know, innovation, and should have used the word equality or equity or both? It's a healthy and it's a healthy and very eye-opening discussion. So I saw Dr. Opiemi has written on the chat, which I think now is coming out more clearly. Equality is giving someone the same thing, sameness. The question is, have we reached a point where we are having the same access or nearly the same access as genders? Or is there some genders that are unfavored of others are favored more? But more importantly, is it fair? What are the strategies? Because the strategy is the one that will ensure that there's impact so that two people who are not on the same level ground are able to be raised and be successful in the same way. I think that is, it makes me a bit happier going home now. I feel very informed and imparted. Professor Macharia, I don't know how much more time we have. I have not heard from a few panelists. I'm not sure if they're present. I would like them to contribute to the discussion. We have heard from Dr. Opiemi Aderonke. We've heard from Dr. Lwanga Bukenya of Uganda. We've heard about the mathematics handle from Dr. Margaret. I'm not sure if Dr. Lynette Lusike is present. I think she was not able to make it. Dr. Macharia, could you confirm that?
Well, I think what we are doing, we're still within time. We have like 20 minutes remaining. The discussion we are having is healthy. Remember, we are celebrating women. We are celebrating us. We can't go to the mode like we are doing an exam that we are not getting the answers right. We are only trying to make sure that we understand that we need everybody to get digital skills, to be able to innovate, and to use all those skills for gender equality. And that is what our speakers have been talking about, from our chief guest to where we are. So where you are, at least I think what you could be asking is whether there is any other person on the floor who has a question or who has a comment. Yeah, so that we've learned, and the celebration continues.
Yes. I welcome people to raise their hands or write comments. I've been having my eye on the comment section. Yes, Dr. Ongusola, have you put your hand up or you had forgotten to put it down? Your mic is off. Yes,
I just raised my hand.
Oh, okay. Welcome,
yes.
please.
Yes, thank you, Celia. And now that we are talking, we're talking in terms of innovation and technology. Now, we are moving now from the level of equality to equity. If you look carefully at the society that we are in, most of our boys, they use Android phone. They can operate it so easily. When you go to, before now that this Android phone came, if you go to a cafe, because that was what we were using before this intervention of Android, and so I can sit at home, I can discussing with you, I can sit at home and do everything that I want to do online. I remember when we used to visit cafe, cyber cafe, to do our digital work and all those things. You hardly see girls there. You hardly see girls. In fact, I remember I would just carry my laptop bag on my shoulder, and they would just be looking like, what is this old woman doing in the midst of of these young people? But I didn't give up. So now, when we are talking of innovation, we're talking of technology, we're talking of our children going to engineering. Let's get our guests. What are the impediments? What are those things that are stopping them? What are those things that are not making them to study science-related courses? To me, if we look at it from this angle, why are they not coding? I have some young children around me. The boy can sit down, and then my grandson, he will pick the elder sister's phone or the mother's phone. In fact, they used to run after him. You pick the mother's phone and begin to work on this one. Whereas when the girl the younger sister, who is a girl, will now want to use the phone. She will only go to where she will see pictures or where they are making or singing, all this dolly of a thing. And I say, no, go the way of your elder brother. You also begin to learn how to do this coding. Are you getting me? So we look at that, and let's now encourage our guests. Let them go into to learn, like I mentioned. Let's start them early. Give them more opportunities because they need it. Boys, they can, most of the time, they can wedge through the storm. That's the truth. In my own space here, they are wedging through the storm. And they can save their money, and they will buy an Android phone, even if their father has not need to buy sanitary towel. I will need to lipstick. Those things that are limiting us. Let our guests drop this thing. Let's encourage them, and because they need to know. How will they know if no one sends them? Let our strategy also include, bringing, sensitization, advocacy in this area. Like now, I can use my Android phone to do so many things, even at age 60. So what prevents a girl of 10, 15, 20 not being able to do that? So let's leverage, let's increase our supply to them. Thank you so very much.
Celia, if there are no other questions, we can go to the next part of the program.
Okay, there's a request on the chat by Sonu Kumar. Maybe you could look at it. But I've looked at the chat. There's no questions and hands raised. Just to thank all our panelists. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, it's gone down. That was Dr. Ongusala. For the discussion, especially around equity, equality. And just maybe to sign off, there was a very interesting comment here again by Dr. Opeyemi that says, and I think I also saw the quote online. Give me 1 second. Equality is giving everyone a shoe, but equity is giving everyone a shoe that fits. I think that's a good take home and something to ponder about as we continue to advocate for women, equity and equality and gender, and as we continue to celebrate International Women's Day. I will hand over the session to Professor Macharia as there are no more questions, comments from our participants. Yes,
Celia,
Professor.
thank you so much. I think the questions have been coming and they're being addressed. I don't think we even need a session now, which is just the question, because we started at the beginning and we've been addressing them along the way. So I think I also still want to go back that we are celebrating women, and today is Happy International Women's Day. We are celebrating it at Karatina University. The discussion will continue. We have just started, like when we knew we were going to have this, Dr. Ann Lala told me, now the discussion will continue. We had not even come here. So for me, we cannot finish everything we want to say about gender equality, technology and innovation just today, have a day. We will continue, and from this discussion, something else might come as a follow-up, and the people who are here, at least you'll also be on board to continue the discussion. And the question before we go to Professor Wanjau, the other session, somebody asked me whether the presentations will be there. I will request the speakers who are here, whether they can send the presentations to share them with all of us. I hope they are listening. I request them because somebody has sent a private message to ask me whether we'll have the presentations. I'll do that. I think Professor Wanjau can take the floor. Professor Kenneth Wanjau?
Yes.
Are you here? Yeah.
Yes, Professor Juliet, I'm there. Can we allow, I've seen someone raising his hand up.
Can you talk loudly, more loudly?
I've seen someone raising his hand. That is Mr. Sonu. Can we give him just a chance to comment before I wind up, please? Mr. Sonu, the journalist, I heard you've been looked for. I've seen you raising your hand. The journalist.
Hello. Hello.
Is he able to talk? Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
हमारी आवाज जा रही है, मैं हिंदी में बोल सकता हूँ. हमारी भाषा है हिंदी है और माय लैंग्वेज हिंदी. I speak Hindi. Sir. Hello.
Use English, please.
English. No, difficult.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Sonu.
Sir and ma'am,
Okay,
wonderful session.
Thank you.
और wonderful session. और हमारे देश में एक फेस्टिवल मनाया जा रहा है. आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस भी है और होली भी है, इसलिए आप सभी लोगों को हैप्पी वुमेन्स डे एंड हैप्पी होली. धन्यवाद सर.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Kenneth Wanjau. An associate professor of Entrepreneurship and Business Development, School of Business, Karatina University, and also the director in charge of career services and university industry linkage. Welcome to Karatina University. Thank you very much, Professor Juliet and your committee, for organizing this webinar that is the second one that recognizes women. We celebrate women, and in Karatina University, we celebrate them in a big way. They have been given a chance to be our leaders and some of them have actually handled sessions in this particular webinar.
Mic unmute, sir. Mic unmute.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you for that, Sonu. My name is Kenneth Wanjao. I'm an associate professor in School of Business, Entrepreneurship and Business Development, and also the director in charge of career services, university industry linkage. Yeah. And I would like to thank Professor Juliet and our committee for allowing us to celebrate International Women's Day through a webinar, identifying the speakers and also the panelists, and even being able to bring all these international guests on this particular platform. The theme, this is the second webinar that is celebrating International Women's Day. And in Karatina University, we celebrate them, given them a chance to be leaders, and they are doing very well. And it has been mentioned that one of them is our DVC, who actually opened this webinar. We celebrate her and also her leadership. The theme for this event, the second one, was digital innovation and technology for gender equality, with the digital being tweaked, and that made it even more innovative. We had well-structured presentations, very informative, rich with information, and we are taking home a lot. We had Dr. Monica Juma, Her Excellency. Thank you for logging in. Thank you for being part of this. Yeah, and your discussion on leveraging innovation and technology for the promotion and empowerment of women was powerful. Yeah, and you reminded us that the society is better when we define the role of women, and we also need to forge a diverse workforce at our workplaces. Yeah, and we need to come up with incentives. We need to give women incentives so that they can be able to navigate this complex innovation. And you mentioned one critical thing that almost every speaker has echoed, and even every facilitator is keen on: mentorship. Mentorship is key, especially for girls who need to be key players in this particular digital economy. Then we had another guest, Dr. Abana Yeboah Banin. Yeah, digital, yeah, is technology shrinking to widen the gender gap? Yeah, and she also had a very good presentation based on the gender, the media, and the digital. That was a presentation title. Yeah, and encourage women to take up ownership of the digital space. She was able to highlight the digital space challenges, capacity, time allowance, gender access, which were very key, technology, gender gaps. Yeah, thank you very much. And then we also had our own, with, as I said, in Karatina University, we have purpose to celebrate the women. So we had our own Dr. Teresia Chalo, technologist, who gave a very good presentation about technology is not gender neutral, exploring the factors for the ICT gender gap in developing. And even we had the facilitator, Lydia Siko, talking of how she was able to be introduced to technology using her new phone. Yeah, and Dr. Chalo took us through how women are key players, how they can engineer economic growth. Yeah, she also highlighted the digital and gender gap in Africa. Yeah, and even went on to highlight the women characteristics, the factors influencing gender gap in ICT in Africa. Yeah, she mentioned all that. Yeah, and these were very good presentations, including even how they can play a role in being motivators of STEM. So addressing the gender gap was what she was able to emphasize on, and coming up with a clarion call of REACT, the right to be educated, the right, they have the women, the policymakers must recognize the right of the women, education for women, accessibility of technology, content, and targets. Then we had Dr. Anne Laura Ogonsola, ensuring gender equality through innovation and technology. Yeah, she first started by differentiating between gender inequality and gender equality, reasons for gender inequality, for example, about rigid culture and religious matter, low level of education. Yeah, then went on to discuss gender equality. Yeah, and gave a very interesting statement that when the sun rises, it rises for everyone, irrespective of the gender. And she went on also to say that we need to learn how to use innovation and technology for gender equality. Yeah, so we need to stop. And how do we go about it? It's through stopping gender stereotyping, strong advocacy at all levels, get everyone involved. Then the women themselves should learn to blow the trumpet, celebrate your own. And she also reminded us that only people who don't have an identity do compete. Thank you for that. Then we had another guest speaker, Dr. Teresa Motahi, our own from Nyeri County, Mokoroini, sharing with us her experience, very practical, under the title of Leaders in Action, Disrupting the Status Quo. Yeah, the power of representation was what she dwelt on. Yeah, asking us, she used questions to demystify her discussion. What are we doing to build capacity for our girls? How do we change the narrative that Africa is lagging behind in technology? Yeah, and right now there's a conference going on in Beijing about least developed countries, and they're saying there are 46 and 33 of them are from Africa. How do we change that narrative? What can we borrow from Japan when it comes to technology? Yeah, look at their culture. Yeah, then went on to remind us that we have to move away from this approach of always leaning on the government to seek financial support. Let's get alternative revenue routes, and one of them that she was really articulate about, even at a personal level, is patents. Yeah, how do we protect our patents? Yeah, how do we come up with a framework that supports our institutional innovators? Yeah, we need to be action oriented as institutions. Yeah, to support these innovators. And globally, or let me say regionally, she mentioned that we need to support the African innovators by creating a supportive environment, yeah, that will allow them to come up with advanced technology as a content. Then finally, we've had the panel discussions led by Celia Gadambi, very good discussions, and I believe that if we are to implement most of these ideologies, then we will be talking a different language about the women in our platforms. So my recommendation, Chair, is convert this webinar to a conference, and let it be a blended conference. And let us have the topics that have been discussed in this particular webinar become part of the sub-themes. Thank you, Chair. Over to you, Professor Juliet.
Thank you, Professor Wanjau. We have heard you. We'll think about what you have said. I think that is what I was alluding to, saying that the discussion will continue. We'll talk about it in a more, when you have a lot of time, now to insert academics into our discussion. We will celebrate women a bit that time, but that time will be more serious and looking at the theories and everything. I think, thank you very much, Professor Wanjau. I think we can go to the other session, to the last one. Dr. Kamau is here. As you give vote of thanks, remember also to pray. Dr. Omondi prayed for us. At Karatina University, we open our events with the prayers and we close with the prayers. So when you do your part, remember also to pray for us. You are muted. Unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Happy Women's Day. Happy Women's Day. My name is Dr. Alice Kamau, a lecturer in the School of Business, Karatina University. I really feel honored to have this opportunity to give a vote of thanks. Thank you so much, Professor Juliet, for the consideration. First of all, I want to pass my gratitude to Karatina University Management for the support they accorded this committee, the organizing committee, and recognizing women in Karatina. We feel very honored, really, really honored. Thank you so much. The next, you can agree with me, is that an event of this magnitude cannot take place. Organizing it cannot take place in a day. It has taken several days and quite an effort from the organizing committee led by Juliet, Professor Juliet. Really feel appreciated for bringing us together to deliberate on the issues that we have discussed. A special thanks goes to our guest, chief guest, Ambassador Dr. Monica Juma, if she's still with us. Receive our gratitude, appreciation for the elaborate presentation that she did, and in fact for accepting the invitation, given that she has a very busy schedule. To other guests, Dr. Charlo, Dr. Anne, Dr. Teresia Mutai, and the rest, we also appreciate you very much. We have learned a lot from your presentations. And to all our participants, this could not have been a success or successful without you getting time to be with us. So also feel much appreciated. And in conclusion, I want to quote a verse in Proverbs 31:25 and say that a woman is clothed in strength and dignity, and she laughs without fear of the future. What does that tell us? We have the strength, God-given strength. So can we go out there knowing that we have the potential to conquer the world? We support each other and mentor each other. Happy International Women's Day. Let's go celebrate each other and other women that do not have such kind of an opportunity. Thank you so much. I've been given an opportunity to pray. So I'll just offer a very short prayer. So let us pray. God our Father, we thank you, we appreciate you, this afternoon, dear Lord, for the opportunity that you have accorded us, Lord, to deliberate on issues pertaining to women, Jehovah God. We pray that you give us the insight, you will give us the wisdom to do as we are required to do as women, dear Lord. Dear Father, I pray that you bless each and every participant in this webinar, dear Lord, and enable us, Lord, to go out there and shepherd the others. And this I pray, trusting and believing in the mighty name of our dear Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much, everyone. The discussion continues. It was lovely having you at Karatina University. You plan that you come physically, like I have been to Lara's place, Dr. Oyekons. I know where they work in Ondo State. So we'll also give you the opportunity to come to Karatina University and we'll be able to host you. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much for enabling us to celebrate each other and to celebrate all women globally. In sign language, we celebrate you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next webinar, please inform next webinar information.
Thank God.
Informative session.
Thank God. Don't talk back. Akusheni. Ah,